welcome to another episode of Watch World. If you don't know by now, it's the show about absolutely nothing and everything at the same time. You just never know what you may or may not get. Be charming. Good to see you. Oh, I know, right? Always something interesting happening today in history. Anthony, good to see you. I hope all is well. Vicky, good to see you. Good evening to you. And Garvey, how you doing this evening? Mary Freeland, glad you could join us. Hope all is well. Not a whole lot on this beautiful Thursday evening. Wasn't too bad of a day. Got a little warm, but nice little steady breeze. Was able to get a bunch of stuff knocked out before it got too hot. Not too bad for a Thursday. Way it looks so far, it should be a pretty fairly easy Friday. Yeah, I was looking on the radar and on the calendar, see what they had going on this locally this weekend. I saw an event they're having downtown at the I forget exactly where downtown, but kind of like a pre America 250 event. Supposed to be music, food vendors, different exhibits. I'm not sure exactly what those exhibits may or may not be, but yeah, definitely go down there and check that out. I think that's Saturday from 1 to 4. Yeah, it's not an all day thing. It's just 4 hour event, but it should be pretty interesting. Go down there Saturday and check that out. Forecast they showing now. I don't see the weather being a problem. Hmm, there you go. Yeah, sometimes that could be a challenge. Something as simply finding a watermelon with a seed. That's half the fun, and half the battle is eating the watermelons. Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that, B. Oh, yeah. I know working, I usually try to take care of my feet. I have a fairly large boot size, shoe size, whatever you want to put on the foot. So I know some places they say, we require steel toes, but if it's a place that lets you wear like composite toe or something like that, um, not too much danger, but you still got the basic protection. I prefer composite toe, especially as big as my foot is, and just walking around all day. It's one less thing you got to worry about. I've got pairs of both. Sometimes that's where some of your best stuff is at. You know, I guess people still do it. Maybe not as much anymore, but yeah, we used to definitely do it as a kid. The things we didn't grow, or maybe didn't have at the time, or just wanted a little something extra. Yeah, there was usually in the afternoon times on the way home from work, or maybe on the weekends. There'd be a couple guys set up at a couple locations, and man, they'd have pretty much whatever you needed, whatever you was looking for, as far as local. You know what was available locally. I still see some guys set up like that. I don't know if it's them growing the produce themselves, or maybe they just ordering some stuff and reselling it. I don't know. I guess it's unfortunately like a lot of things. They're still out there. It's not completely off the radar, but it may be far in between. Yeah, I seen one of them jokers like that one time. And the last time I seen the guy, I think it was last year sometime, and there was a guy selling watermelons, and like I don't forget what all he had, but I thought it was some local stuff. But he done went and picked up a batch from somewhere. I don't know where the heck he got it from. Not saying it was bad stuff, but yeah, I was thinking it was something he done got out his garden from around here. I said, nah, this joker done went to the produce depot downtown and bought up a bunch of stuff for wholesale and trying to resell it like he done got it out his garden. Which that's okay, I mean, if you're doing those type of things, that's cool, for you. But just don't try to pass it on as if you tried to grow it yourself. I don't know. It was one of the local places that gets in a lot of local produce, lot of local items. Of course, everything they sell is they try to get it as locally sourced or as as close as they can. But I forget when they had some orange. Uh, the inside of the watermelons were orange, and unfortunately, they didn't have no seeds. But I mean, it was weird because that was probably one of the better tasting watermelons I had. But the fact it didn't have no seeds was a little weird. But guess it's just how it was modified or how it was grown. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Especially if you can't grow it your own or don't have the time to grow it, it's good to have that resource locally to get something from. And we was coming from it was it wasn't the last. It was probably it was the second to the last job we had. It was just after we wrapped up a few projects, we had a few service calls that came in. Sandy, good to see you. I hope all is well. And we went on the side of town that I hadn't been on in a while and came out, and man, about two houses. These houses weren't real close together. It's kind of like in the country, but still developed a little bit. But we rode past this one house, and man, they had a monster garden. Beautiful. They had all type of stuff growing. I could see it. Tomatoes, peppers, corn, cucumbers, all type of stuff back there. It's good to see people still gardening. Yeah, I'm definitely brainstorming and getting some stuff, some ideas together to expand myself. I need to look into the cost on certain materials. I like to get like some different grow towers and stuff. So when it comes like springtime, I can grow a bunch of different greens and herbs and stuff like that, and I don't really have to dedicate a whole lot of space or a whole lot of soil or anything. I know they make the already pre-made towers, but I've looked into a couple different setups and ideas on how to make them. If I can make something similar to it and get about the same results, I'm all for it, especially if it's cheaper. Just some different tubing, different PVC, and a just small, cheap little water pump to keep the water filtering and flowing through it. That's really all you need. All the little cups and inserts and nutrients, that won't be much to get. Strawberries are going for $6 a container. Oh, I've been eating up some strawberries. The ones that I get from my own bushes before the birds can get them, and the ones that became in season earlier around here. Shoot, yeah. Oh, I'm making it. I'm making it mentally, and I'm gonna later on. I'm gonna get back into the lab and draw some stuff out, get some ideas on paper. Yeah, I've got something similar to that. It's matter of fact, I got two of them, and they're still in the pack. I didn't ever open them. It was I went to one of them stores one time. It was like towards the end of summer, going into fall, and like I guess they had a bunch of stuff discounted. And I got two huge. You could hang them anywhere. You could build something to hang them on, or you could hang them on a fence. But they got, I forget how many inserts they got on them for growing herbs, different things like that. It's pretty cool. Like the same stuff they use to make like the grow bags and stuff out of, but it's probably, I don't know, it's probably maybe 4 foot, 4 foot by 5 foot maybe. I got two of them. I think they were like less than $5 a piece. I said, well, that'd be good to hang like up on the fence, or like when I build like a cucumber trellis or something like that to mount on the ends, maximize the space. But yeah, I ain't never even used them. I got two of them still in the pack. Think I might bust them out next spring when I get all the next year's spring and everything reconfigured. Get some new systems built. Some stuff I just had up kind of temporary with just some material I had collected. Some things I'm gonna get a little bit more permanent. But shoot, I've collected enough material, wood, stuff like that, just from leftovers on jobs that was just going in the trash to build pretty much everything I need to get started with on the first phase. I need to go out to my need to go out to the friend of the family's house that's got a bunch of fig trees when it gets time and get me a bunch of clippings. Start getting my figs back going. Oh yeah, no doubt. I try to get as much of that stuff as I can. Even a bunch of like that rubber. I hate it because I mean they transitioned. I mean it's almost. Imagine different areas is different, but most of those new homes and stuff they don't use any copper or anything for the pipes anymore. It's all that plastic, either PVC or like the flexible PEX pipe. I've got so much of that PEX pipe that was just left over on jobs they threw away. But I figured I could rig it up some type of way. I got that and a bunch of fittings and stuff. Um, I thought I had one of the little crimp tools to connect them all together, but I don't. But that ain't much. I can always buy another one of those things. But I got enough of that piping. I got enough of that PEX piping to make like drip systems or self-irrigating systems. I got enough containers. I could, if nothing else, I could just mount an elevated bucket up with water and just let it just gravity self water everything. Shoot, I got enough pipe to do that, or create like a a hanging sprinkler system. Just plug in a bunch of little sprinkler heads throughout one and shoot, you're good to go. Put your little connector on the end of it, screw your hose into it, boom. Ain't nothing fancy. Are you Yeti? Good to see you. Hope all is well. But yeah, wood, all that type of stuff, I save it. Build different containers. I built all my trellises and stuff for my cucumbers and stuff I've built with like free wood and free stuff that I've collected. Don't take much, just a little brain power, a little elbow grease, you know. Hmm. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that. No rain here tonight. Shoot, it's been clear skies mostly all day. I'd like to get a hold of a couple more. Uh, I got some material. It's kind of like cattle panel or hog panel, whatever you want to call it, that you see people like bend over and make a trellis with. I've got something similar to that, but I'd like to get me a hold of a couple hog panels or cow panels. Something like that, I probably could just go by. Finding something like that would be pretty rare. As much free stuff as I got, it don't hurt too bad to have to put a few bucks in it every now and then. I don't know how much them panels are now. I have to look them up and see. Like everything else, that it probably went through the roof. Oh, definitely. And then I got like a whole little area that I got different stuff over there growing, but it's mainly like flowers. Different flowers I grow, some cut flowers, things like that to make arrangements with or whatever throughout the season. But every year I let the last little bit that I don't cut down dry out and I save the seeds. But every year it never fails. There's a bunch of them that just fall on the ground, and when it's time and the ground gets warm enough, they just start popping up all in that area. Even in my compost pile, like if my big pile that I put in, I kind of go out there every so often and put a little water on it, keep everything turned over. But there might be some times where I don't turn it over or go out there and stir it for a little while, and we'll get some rain, and next thing you know, you got a tomato plant or a cucumber, peppers, all type of stuff. Now in the season, it's pretty much everything is just growing like that. Pepper wise and tomatoes, they're already established. I wouldn't. It's too late in the season to do any more like that. I could, but I ain't gonna fool with it. There's other stuff that I could still plant off and on. It's gonna be soon. It's gonna be real soon. Uh, don't know if it's gonna be this year, but definitely within the next year, no doubt. First, I got to go back out there and kind of get a visual game plan, see how I want to tackle it. Uh, I remember how everything was kind of set up on the property at one time before. There used to be different gardens and stuff out there, so go out there with the bush hog and clear a bunch of stuff out, cut a bunch of limbs out, figure out where I'm gonna lay everything out. It's the land and the property definitely ain't an issue. There's plenty of land to do it. It's just figuring out how to set everything up. I know. That's why I like to do all my peppers and my tomatoes. I like to get them started earlier in the season, yeah, because they take so long. I get a bunch of them started earlier, even more than I think I can handle, just in case some of them just turn out to be duds or don't do nothing or something gets a hold of them. Or there's always people needing some. I gave a couple of my coworkers a bunch of them, a bunch of different tomatoes, peppers, uh, eggplants, different things that I started early. But for the most part, they all seem to be doing well. Shoot, man, it seems like it's just beginning, but shoot, a couple more months, everything will start getting transitioned into the fall season, which it'll still feel like summer down here in the south, but start getting everything planned and set up for the fall. A few areas and a few beds that summer stuff done died off on. Just go ahead and let that till over and start healing back. Get ready for the fall crops. Hmm. Oh yeah, same here. Yeah, there's 90% of my stuff I start from seed. There's a few things like during the spring season, I'll go to like a couple of the local nurseries and get like a few little amendments or like stuff to add to the soil. And if they got anything different, like maybe a different tomato or a different pepper or something different, maybe that I didn't grow, I might get a couple of them, just to try it out, give them a little support. But yeah, 90% of what I do, I start from seed myself. I got all the little growing stations, grow pods, heat mats, lights. Heck, all the growing lights I've got for free. Just stuff we've changed out or taken down from somewhere else that we was just gonna go in the trash, and I just rewired it, put new bulbs in it, put a new uh put a new plug on it. Something I could plug in, move around. Yeah, it don't take nothing to rewire one of those old shop lights or something like that. Rewire it, retrofit it. That way you can just plug LED bulbs in it. Yeah, I mean they've got fancy lights that do all different type of stuff, but I've got just some old lights that we've demoed or taken down from different places, and most of them had the old ballast in it. And I'll just go in and take the ballast out, rewire it, so it can accept the LED bulb. And I have bought some bulbs. I have gotten uh, some bulbs left over from certain jobs or however it may be. Main thing is just getting one that's bright enough. Um, you want to get if you go LED, you want to make sure you get something that is at least rated at least daylight bright. That's the main thing. Uh, and they're not very, I mean, of course, to buy a brand new setup, I guess they can be kind of pricey. But if you got the know-how and the knowledge, you definitely can save a lot on your lights. Um, really, the only thing that I really bought outright was a few different growing trays, but of course, all those are reusable. After I get through, I clean them, sanitize them, store them again for the following season, and um, the heated mats. Um, I bought some of them. Even as much as sometimes still you have to fork out a few shekels here and there. Try to offset as much as I can with things I know how to do, or just watch a YouTube video and figure it out. I like to get me one built, established. I've been wanting to do it for a while now, but I think I'm gonna wait and just see how it goes when I get established out there on the new property. That way, I don't want to have to fool with doing nothing now and then a year later having to take it down and move it to somewhere else. So I think I've got all the wood and stuff I need to pretty much build a basic one. Um, Only thing I would have to get is some siding or see how much those they're like the size of a sheet of metal, but it's like that clear plastic type of look. Get something like that that would allow the sunlight to come in and still create that greenhouse effect. I've seen pre-made greenhouses with that stuff on there. I believe I could get something like that and reinforce it up, put a door on it. I don't know how big it would be. Maybe shoot, it could be a 10 by 20. 10 by 20 would be good enough for me. I can do a lot with that. That may be bigger than what some people would need, but I think I'd have enough room in there to maneuver, have stuff that might kind of dwell in there all year long, have room for stuff that coming and going, have a little area to just prep up stuff, get stuff repotted. Oh yeah, they definitely come in handy. Especially when the majority of the time with germination, that's the key factor. It's not so much the light don't really doesn't really become a factor for most seeds until it uh, comes up out of the soil. Until it starts producing the leaves and the foliage that needs the light. The main thing when germinating or starting seeds is the soil temperature. A lot of people that get spring and they're like, oh yeah, it's 75 degrees outside. Let's go throw some stuff in the dirt. But then you could have the chance of still getting a frost. And even if it may be 75 outside, the soil might not be up to it. It may be the soil may be 50 degrees, 57 degrees. But yeah, those heating mats definitely help out. They've got some that you can just plug in and they kind of stay like an average temperature. I've got a couple of those. They work well. They've even got some that you can order that's got like a dial or setting on there. You can adjust the temperature for more accurate control when growing certain things. Some seeds require a higher soil temperature than others. Probably nothing y'all don't already know. I'm probably just repeating a lot of stuff you already know. Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, cucumbers, squash, um, different herbs, things like that, zucchinis. A lot of them I'll just start direct. I'll just direct sow them. I won't start them early. But yeah, tomatoes, peppers, some zucchinis, something. I'm not zucchini, but some eggplants. Definitely start them early. If nothing, for the main reason, it just gets so hot. You have all that stuff established and developed. So by the time you get it outside, you can get it developed enough before it can gets too hot. I wanted to wish you a latter happy birthday. Not get on due to computer would not work, so frustrating. But anyway, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sorry you having internet issues, but I appreciate you checking in, tuning in. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I do a little bit of everything myself in the ground. I got raised beds. I do container gardening. Um, I like to give me some looking to maybe getting some good fabric containers, different sizes. I need to do some research and see what's some of the best options out there. Um, Definitely don't want to get nothing too janky or too cheap, and then in one growing season, the sun just absolutely destroys it. I know ultimately they're gonna wear it down, but I want to get something I can at least get a little use out of. Different things, and I like to do container gardening as well because it's just it makes it convenient. I can still move stuff around and stuff like that. Different times of the summer when it gets too hot, or maybe certain parts of the day, I can move certain stuff into the shade. Having that mobility of certain things definitely helps out. That's awesome. Oh yeah, I love zucchini. Shoot, zucchini bread, uh, fried zucchini. I like to take zucchini, like make homemade stir fry, put some zucchini in it. Um, my mom, she used to make squash casserole a lot, but she even made I don't think she ever made like a straight zucchini casserole, but there was a few times like during this time of the year when there was just uh, abundance of summer squash and summer and zucchini. She would make like a zucchini squash casserole, and that was pretty good. I'll tear one of them jokers up, I promise you. Yeah, I know it's weird. I think it was, I don't know. It seemed like a couple years ago back when one of those weather websites or something that had this big diagram or publication where it was showing that the tornado alley, it showed it shifting more to the east. Um, I forget how many miles or how big the shift was, but I don't know. I guess some of these areas can get storms. I guess it's not uncommon, but some things just seem a little odd. There you go. Love a good eggplant. You gotta love it. That's the beauty of it. You know how much you like. You know what you like. At this point, you pretty much got it figured out what it takes to make it happen. So yeah, completely customizable to your preference and taste. It's just me, but of course, I've still got somewhat of youth ahead of me. So I try to. Sometimes I might try to do too much. But anytime there's abundance, I don't let it go to waste. I'll either store it up or do whatever I can to make it last, or I'll make sure it goes to somebody that needs it. I know you've told me several times, but what part of the country are you in? Aren't you in Missouri? The state of Missouri? I apologize if I'm wrong, but it just seems like that's what my memory wants to tell me. JG Love Park. JG Love Park, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Southwest Missouri. Okay. My memory served me correct. Yeah, I don't know when I ain't even looked at the radar or the forecast. It's been somewhat average. I don't even think we got into the 90s today. Maybe we did, I don't know. But it wasn't too bad. But no rain, no rain. I appreciate the donations of the tomatoes. I got a pretty good variety growing myself, but I will take extras. I will take extras. And that's the thing. I don't know, for some weird reason as a kid, I loved every vegetable, but I didn't like tomatoes sometimes. I don't know. That was just kind of like my weird thing. I liked them sometimes, sometimes I didn't. I still don't like them on like a hamburger or anything, but now I like them for the most part. I still don't eat them on like a burger or anything like that, but I'll make sauces. I'll make salsas. Um, Shoot, I grow a bunch of cherry tomatoes. Those things are good to just eat like candy, or throw in a salad, or make a fresh pasta salad and throw a couple handfuls of them bad boys in there. I'll take it. Send some my way. I will take it. I'll take as much normal rain as I can get until Super El Nino and Godzilla merge. Whenever they have their merger, need to get as much regular rain until that happens. All right. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I will be right back. All right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy being the queen bee, you know? That's what they say. It is not easy. Johnny, good to see you, Johnny. I hope all is well. What would you like the safe word to be, Cheryl? What would you like it? Do you have particular word, a particular word in mind? I'll put that on you. I'll let that be your burden if you choose to accept it to pick tonight's safe, unsafe word. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. There we go. Let it be so. At any point in tonight's broadcast, you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, uh, irritability, irregularity, cold sweats, meat sweats, any form of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't quite describe, tonight's safe word is flag. 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 Let it be so. Man, this time next week we'll be getting ready for the 4th of July festivities. Well, I know one good thing about it. I ain't got to go to work. Can't remember if we're off Thursday and Friday or just Friday, but either way, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think we may be off Thursday too. I can't remember. I got to double check. It can happen, B. I've been I've heard things. People have been known to get meat sweats just from simple conversation. Simple conversation can trigger these things. Or the lack of. I know. Yeah, I know my area always does something kind of uh, big, or I guess celebratory, or whatever the word is for the 4th of July. But this year they said it's gonna be bigger and better than ever. They always have a fireworks show downtown at the Savannah River, but this year it's supposed to be they're supposed to be firing off fireworks from my side over here, and then they're supposed to have an entire firework extravaganza that's also supposed to be going on at the same time right across the river. It's some big campaign they're doing, the America 250 Meet Me at the River, which every year there's people everywhere. Even when the fireworks is going off, you can look down on the Savannah River and you see boats, kayaks, people everywhere. So that'll be kind of interesting to check out. I'm definitely. If anybody was here, anybody's familiar, last 4th of July, that was the fireworks show that I streamed live. Uh, I'll be doing it again this year. I think the festivities start at like 3 or 4 o'clock there. Fireworks start, of course, whenever it gets dark, which is probably about 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock or a little after it gets dark enough where you can start firing off some fireworks here. And I forget how long last year's show lasted, but they said this one's supposed to be bigger and better than ever. So we shall see. You love fireworks, can't shoot any off, aren't around any. Uh, there will be a fireworks extravaganza July 4th night. What happened here? What did I miss? Okay. Yeah, I mean, shoot, after the 4th of July, the only thing we got to worry about is the possible anti gravity, zero gravity event and Labor Day, you know? Man, I knew something was up when I went into the Home Depot last week and they was already putting out the Halloween decorations. I knew something wasn't right, you know? I knew something wasn't right. I said, man, it ain't even the 4th of July yet. What y'all got going on with the Jack Scarecrows and all this? And he said, oh, we just combine it. We just put out the 4th of July and Memorial Day all in one. It's a celebratory extravaganza. Got to get it early. Got to get it early. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully that won't be an issue. I mean, I know it. The way things currently stand is I mean, it could be an issue. Um, they have a lot of different things in place. Ultimately anything can happen, but they do have a lot of systems and uh, a bunch of different hydrants and access to water in and around that area. And then the fact that it's right on the Savannah River, um, which that gives you some level of protection. But I mean, of course, ultimately anything could happen. Shit, it was cool last year watching those when I went down there during the day and was watching those guys set up all those fireworks, man, it was pretty cool. Uh, man, it was like they was setting up a whole stage, wires and control boards everywhere, and to get it all in sequence and everything. I guess it's just one big giant program. They just program the sequence in, and it just fires off. Big fire in Pennsylvania. Mm. Yeah, the other night when Jim was up here, he said that that day he was up here, he said that they had a local fire near him. He lives up in Pennsylvania at some part. I don't know the exact area or location, but yeah, he said they had some big fire not too far from him. I think he said he could see the smoke from his property. Buckeye Bob, good evening, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Allentown was the big fire. Okay. Mm, you know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a whole lot of nothing. Just living life and loving life. Didn't see a whole lot going on, so just decided to press the button, see what happens. Oh, no doubt. Damon Austin, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yeah, I know 4th of July to be pretty busy. Be about like it was last year. If anybody was here when I streamed those few events. But the when every year they have the uh man, it just slipped my mind what they call it. But they downtown they read all the names and have the ceremony of the 4th of July. But they have a representative here in Augusta from every one of the original 13 colonies, and they said they do it the same. They said every uh, certain places they have the bigger meetings, they'll send a representative to each one still. And some of those guys were like, of course, some of them had on their Masonic gear, uh, the whatever gear it may have been for that time period. It's pretty interesting to watch if anybody's seen that last year. Of course, I had got a little bit later start than I wanted to, and it had already started, but I plan on being there um, from the beginning. I forget exactly what time that starts. I got to double check, but yeah, I want to be there from catch the whole thing. And that after that, I don't know. There's a lot of different events and things happening in between. I plan on going and checking it out and ending with the big fireworks extravaganza. You know, always end on a bang. I don't know. I don't know. I seen where was it? What was it? Not Venezuela, but maybe Argentina or one of those countries down in South America. They got hit, or Central America. They got hit with several big earthquakes. I seen this one picture and video where it showed like a what the area looked like before, and then it showed after the earthquake hit. Some places was unrecognizable. Some you could kind of tell by certain building structures or whatever that was still kind of there. But I forget. Um, if something like that was real, and if something like that was happening, like a quote unquote Planet X, in my small mind and limited understanding, I believe that if it was happening, if it was big enough or close enough, it could have some type of impact on gravitational, uh, maybe some type of seismic, uh, that gravitational pull or that energy pull could have some type of resistance or cause friction on our own tectonic plates, our fault lines, whatever it may be. If something like the moon as it does its thing, it has effects on the water, different elements of Earth. If something as small as that could have an effect, I could only imagine something much larger would definitely have an effect. If anything like that is happening, um, who knows? Oh, I know. It was man, I can't remember. I had a bunch of notes on this article I was reading yesterday. It was one of these political figureheads, like in the 1920s. Um, and then yeah, I was looking up the individual and like where they went to school, and the school that they went to, it still exists, but it completely transformed over. It used to be literally uh, basically it was titled like a Masonic school for higher learning. It was where kids or like different aged children went there. And it was actually a labeled a Masonic school. All the founders or everything was well known in the Masonic field, but I forget where this university was and what the name changed to. I have to go back and look at my notes. I thought it was a pretty interesting story myself. How names of people change, names of buildings change, but some of the things they practice and do about they don't change too much. Nice, nice. Okay, Venezuela. Okay, I knew it was one. I knew it was a country in Central America, but I couldn't remember exactly which one. And I don't know exactly how big a country like Venezuela would be compared to a state. I don't know what state in America you could, as far as size wise, not necessarily population, but size wise, what it would compare to. But yeah, I want to say they got like two 7 point something earthquakes in the same day or within around the same time. I mean, I imagine something like that is not uncommon, but you could definitely have certain man-made inventions or devices that could definitely enhance or decrease certain things for sure. Some would say the quake maker. We got a rainmaker, we got a storm maker, we got a storm tracker. It's only right we have a quake maker, you know, not to be confused with the Quakers. I'm not sure if they have any involvement or not. I don't want to put that on them. Oh, I know. Yeah, you got that little perfect little mountain cove. They had two, a 7.5 and a 7.2 right after each other. Yeah, I mean, I've never living here on Georgia. There's been they said earthquakes in certain areas that's been super small compared to other parts of the world, and there's been people in my area that said they felt it, but me personally, I've never felt any earthquake or any tremor like that. So I couldn't imagine. But to get two like that back to back, man, Schumann resonance. Whatever you do, don't look up, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not look up. It's for your own safety and protection, of course. Please do not look up. Naomi, good to see you. No, you can never be late here. As long as we're live, you can never be too late. I appreciate you checking in, tuning in, and keeping you and the family in prayers. Definitely. Okay. Venezuela is a little more than California times two. Okay, I can visually see that now. Like two Californias, two baby back Californias. Yeah. uh, we do have our show and tell nights. I don't know if this probably won't be a show night, but it may be a tell night. Still early. The verdict is still out. Interesting. You got a little bit of that 23 and me in you. Nice. Oh man. I have to bring something new this time. Karate watermelon wiped me out, and I have more than that. I might allow that. I may allow that at some point in tonight's broadcast. If you've got a perfectly good watermelon that you are willing to sacrifice to do karate chops on this live stream, I may be willing to sacrifice 10 to 15 minutes for that central casting escapade. I'm not completely turning it down. It's kind of got me intrigued. I would love to see how many Judy chops it takes you to get to the center of that delicious watery watermelon vessel. There you go. Think I might take my chances in Venezuela. At least if they're looking at me confused, it's for a reason that I may or may not know. Votes are coming in. Some people are saying 3. They're getting their votes in early. I think Phil's saying it would take you 3 Judy chops to get to the center of the delicious watermelon structure. Oh no, I believe it is. I mean, no, I believe it. A lot of different families, family structures. No doubt. Mm, Got to watch out for the scammers. There you go. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. In a world of naysayers, nay doers, do wellers, I do appreciate those that bring receipts, whatever that may be. I do appreciate the receipts. As long as they're not counterfeit for receipts, we bringing any counterfeit receipts. There you go. Phil, I appreciate that. I made it to the big 3-8. Allegedly to the big 3-8. Oh yeah, I forget. There may be people that don't even know what a Judy chop is. I don't even think I could explain it properly. If I can ever find that video of this guy, it was like I don't know if it was like really like a 1990s video or they just like edited it and made it look like the old VHS style, but it was like a back in like the 80s and the early 90s when people would put out like workout tapes and workout videos. They had this one guy, it looked like he was like in I don't know, maybe a basement or like I don't know, maybe could have been a mobile home or something. And he was just like trying to teach karate and self defense moves. And he was talking about the Judy chop and he had like different weird names for his stuff, but it was complete nonsense. It's just It's one of those things you just started watching and you like, man, I got to get out of here. And then you just 5 minutes later, you're still vested into it, seeing what crazy stunt this guy's fixing to do next. There you go. It's what Judge Judy does when she kicks you out of court. She hits you with the Judy chop. You ever been Judy chopped by Judge Judy? I don't think that's something you want to add to your resume. When's the U.S. playing? I think they don't play again till. I don't think the U.S. plays again till next week. I think they play July 1st. But yeah, the fact that they're still in it, I guess it's pretty cool. Especially considering like a sport like soccer is more like a. I mean, we play it a lot here, but it's the soccer as a whole has a bigger global following. Oh, America. See, they tricked me. I tried to look it up earlier and they said they wasn't playing again until the first, man. Dirty dogs. How do you expect you to tune in and watch it if they keep giving you fake news and fake times? There you go. May need to fire up the handcuff manufacturing facilities. You got to make sure you got enough cuffs. Yeah, I can see that. Just can't get rid of her. She won't go away. Eventually, she's going to have to find herself in contempt. That'll be the ultimate plot twist. That's how she'll retire. She'll just hold herself in contempt. Yeah, it can be. It can. It's definitely a lot of running back and forth. You get all the way to one end of the field, and boom, you turn around and come all the way back. I played. I played a little soccer. I mainly played goalie and like defender. So I definitely wasn't one of the guys that completely sprinted all the way around the field. I was either the goalie or I had pretty much a zone that I maintained. But that was many moons ago. Once I became a goalie, that was it. I was like, yeah, I'll play this position. Ultimately, it's riding on you to defend it, but I was tall enough and agile enough. Didn't have to do a lot of running. I was okay with that. Yeah, I know. Especially when I hold my hands up, they're pretty much above the goal. What do you do? What do you do? Shout out Brooklyn. Shout out Brooklyn. You know who you are. Shout out the five boroughs. Yeah, she had that Brooklyn or that kind of like New York City kind of demeanor. She definitely had that vibe about her. It's crazy they still have like those judge shows. I mean, I guess they're still on. People still watch them. Shoot, back in the day, everybody every channel had a judge show. Judge Judy, Judge Joe Brown, Judge Mathis. That one dude was pretty funny. I forget which one it was. I think it was Judge Mathis. They say, man, that is some crackhead bumfoolery right there. One thing I know a crackhead when I see one, and that is just some crackhead bumfoolery. It's straight up telling me, like, dude, you done messed up, right? You just completely just told me this whole story and just didn't even talk about the case at hand, but you just like self-incriminated yourself in like five other cases while you were here. There you go. That's one vote for Judy. One vote for Judy. Can't say I know the character. Marilyn Milan. Can't say I recognize the name or the likeness. But I can imagine if she has the Cuban in her, she probably is a beautiful woman. I know we did this job for this guy that's originally from the country of Colombia not too long ago, and he was telling me about Colombia and where he came from down there as a kid, and he was like, "Yes." He's like, "America has so many beautiful women, but the best women, the most beautiful women, come from Colombia." And I said, and he said, so he made some joke about his wife, and I said, well, she must be Colombian, and she said, heck no, she was from, I forgot what country she's from. But he was like, still, the best and the most beautiful women come from Colombia, even though America has so many beautiful people. But yeah, he said he came from like his dad and his granddad and all his uncles. They were just like farmers in like the countrysides and the hillside. I forget which city he came from. Uh, it didn't sound like a major one that I'd heard from before, but ain't no telling. But he said that area and that property that they had down there as a kid, man, you could pretty much plant anything and it would grow. He said the soil stayed so fertile and the temperature stayed about in the middle where you could grow most things. I said, I bet. Hey, I once fell in love with a Colombian girl. There you go. Got a story about a Colombian. Wouldn't be Pablo Escobar, would it? You know? No, I've met a few different people from Colombia or down in that region. Uh, my area has always kind of had a pretty diverse population, people from all over. Um, People that's migrated here over different times. A lot of different cultures and different histories has had roots here for a long time. But yeah, there's always been a big Hispanic, a big Latino population. Uh, Pretty much you can pretty much meet somebody from pretty much anywhere in the country around here. If just in the civilian capacity or coming and going from the local army base, Fort Gordon, you know, not to mention the different events and stuff that attract certain people to the area. Grandson in law. There you go. There you go. Beautiful Colombian college chick. Was Jane Mansfield. Don't know. Maybe if I seen the person, but just to think of the name, couldn't tell you right off. Couldn't tell you. Judge Piro. Sounds familiar, but I don't know. Can't think of all of them. But the only one I can remember off the top of my head was the Judge Judy. Mm, okay. Whatever that may mean. Gotcha. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. They magically stay skinny until they get married. Hmm. Sometimes you can kind of look at it. Ain't all. It don't always work out that way, but sometimes you can kind of see maybe the mom or some of the other female family members. You can kind of get an idea of what the person may or may not look like as they get older, but that still isn't like a true gauge. Everybody's different. Everybody ages differently. I've seen some instances where it was a mother and daughter together, and you would have thought that the mother was the daughter and the daughter was the mother, but actually it was the other way around. Like, how is that even possible? How does the mother look 20 years younger than the daughter? In certain situations, it's fascinating. Oh no, you just like to sit around and talk about it, man. You couldn't. One of them Southern women get a hold of you, man. They'd have you locked up in a straitjacket somewhere. You know, hey, you sucking your thumb and thinking about sweet tea. Untrackable greetings and good to see you. No doubt, drugs can mess people up. That is true. Even on the natural side, some people don't want to overdo it on the natural. Definitely on the man-made and the synthetic. I know certain things have their purpose, but yeah, if I got to take three more pills just because I'm taking this one pill, then I don't think that might not be the best option for me. Feels like I'm going against the grain. If I got to buy one to get three, nah, that don't sound like a it don't sound like a good combination. There you go. Two Sasquatches. Two Sasquatches just living their best life. There you go. Appreciate it. Keep living that Sasquatch life. Just like I was flipping through the channels the other day, I was just, hardly ever watch much on TV, but sometimes I'll just channel surf and just see what's on just to turn it right back off. But I was flipping through and I guess it didn't I don't know, I guess it didn't update. So it was still like the show that was on TV wasn't alive what was on that channel live. And then I hit I said, well damn, and I hit the refresh and didn't pay no attention. And it was an entirely different show. It was just kind of went to a commercial and came back. And man, they was playing Naked and Afraid. And I didn't never really watched the show in depth. I understood the basic concept of it, but man, that was pretty wild. And I guess this particular episode was like I don't know, Naked and Afraid XXL. It was like people that had legends or OGs that had done been on the show before and did real well. They were all like dropped off somewhere, I think like in the middle of Africa somewhere, and they were all like competing for 100K or something like that, or $1 million. I don't know what it was for. I said, yeah, these people are nuts. Why'd you have to be sent halfway around the world to be naked and afraid? Oh man, yeah, I watched about 20, 25 minutes of that show and I said, oh man, it's just too much. It's too much. There you go. Life is short, love is forever. Yeah, I guess compared to the grand scheme of things or the hourglass of time, you are at best, what do we get? You know, I know everybody's different, but what do we get? 75 winters, 75 summers, 75 springs, 75 falls, autumns, whatever you want to call it. I like, the idea of the time whenever my time to be in, the not knowing that just gives life a little bit more thrill and adventure, but to, ultimately kind of break it down, not to limit ourselves by any means, but come to some realization that ultimately someday, whatever we know here in this existence will definitely shift to some degree. Me, myself, I'm definitely okay with that. Um, Still got a lot more I like to experience, a lot more I like to see, I guess, for whatever it's worth. But I don't know. Blonde Viking warrior. She's going to Valhalla someday. Could be. Could be. Could be. Could be. Hmm. Yeah, I remember I dated this. I ran into a few tall women. I remember I went to school. My oldest sister, she's pretty tall. She's a little over 6 foot, but I went to school with this girl, and she was probably, yeah, she was definitely the tallest girl in the school, and she played basketball, volleyball, different sports. But yeah, she was definitely still woman. She was tall as heck, but she wasn't like manly by any means. She was definitely all woman. I forget how tall. She was about 6 foot, 6 foot, 6 foot one, something like that. And I dated this one girl. She actually did volleyball as a professional thing at one time. She played for volleyball in the let's see, the University of Hawaii. She played out there. And she went like on a circuit, played in that circuit for a little while. Even got on the man, I forgot what year she won the gold in the Olympics in volleyball. Man, I forget which year. But yeah, she had some amazing stories, interesting stuff. Oh yeah, she was a pretty tall woman. I think she might have been 5'11", maybe 6 foot. But yeah, that definitely different sports like that, height definitely can give you an advantage. Some things just come naturally, but yeah, definitely can give you a slight advantage. Oh, Cheryl, if I was 7'10", I wouldn't know how to handle things. I do good just to handle it at 6'7", And then that's like too tall, that's like too tall to be in the NBA. You just be like, I don't know. You'd be like too tall for the NBA. They'd be like, sir, your head is already at the goal. This is, it's an unfair advantage. Just for every pass, I'm just standing right there at the goal, boop, just dropping the ball in. It'd be too easy. Too easy. Why do you sleep with your boots on? Oh, I don't. If you're asking me, I don't sleep with my boots on. Shoot, soon as I get in, shoot, my shoe work boots, whatever they got to come off, cleaned up, freshened up half the time, unless I'm working on something or doing something, uh, maybe a little heavy. Shoot, it's no shoes or maybe some sandals, something like that. Definitely not sleeping with shoes on. Can't say I've ever did that. I've passed out and been tired before, but shoot, no. That would probably drive me nuts just to wake up in the middle of the night and be like, what the heck is going on here? You know? Yeah, the old Dikembe Mutombo Geico commercials. No, 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 not today. Yeah. R.I.P. McKimbo, Dikembe. I think he passed away a few years back. Yeah, when you're tall enough that you don't even have to jump to dunk, you know what I mean? That's just too tall. And I think I think the height of the NBA rim is what, 10 feet? So yeah, if you don't have to jump to dunk, I mean you could just use your imagination. That's just too tall. And a lot of times when you get like to a certain height, or you'll see some of those cases where people had I forget it's that the gland in their brain. Some people have like a deficiency or something, and it causes that gland to produce more hormone and causes the person to keep growing even after puberty. I've seen a couple cases where that happens, and sometimes they get so tall it's too much on their body. Like their body grows so fast that it can't keep up to shift and uh, can't think of the word, but yeah, the growth, it just grows too fast. But most all those cases where something like that happened, they said that there was that gland in their brain just overproduced a certain hormone. I forget which one it was, but yeah, weak knees, weak feet, weak joints, and that's interesting. Well, I guess it's just over times the things we eat and the diets and the habits play a big role on that. But you know, you hear these stories about these different giants, whatever they might have been. You know, maybe not even in the of the Nephilim form or whatever that may be. Just even just humans, taller humans or bigger humans at a certain time, or uh, what's it? The biblical story of David and Goliath. And I don't know. I forget in the Bible. I don't know if it specifically mentions, but I think there was a verse in the Bible where it talks about uh, Goliath had other brothers that were tall like him or something like that. But I don't know if it was, you know, just I guess you have to dig a little bit deeper or something like that, or whatever reference it was. I don't know if they were actual giants or they was just a certain culture or a certain race that was just bigger than others. I don't know. Dang. I didn't know that. I knew he passed away a few years ago. I didn't know it was from the brain cancer. Dang. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And then it was, I don't know, I guess just the different things that pop up in the algorithm. I guess when allegedly that guy passed the other week, that musician, that Oliver Tree guy. I didn't know. I didn't follow him. I mean, I knew he existed. I didn't know exactly what all he was involved in or what he had going on. But allegedly, he had filmed like this documentary or something where he like went down to Antarctica allegedly, and I don't know. It was weird. It popped up in my thing the other day, and I started watching it. I hadn't watched the whole thing. I was probably maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes into it. But of course, I don't know how true it is. You know, you could be somewhere that's looks super cold, has a lot of ice and everything like that, and just easily say it's Antarctica, whatever Antarctica is. You know, a lot of different situations like that. You know, if you're not there, you don't really know. Could be filmed in a Hollywood basement. I thought that was kind of interesting that he was doing some type of music thing, but he was talking about aliens and he was allegedly going down to Antarctica to try to enter one of the portals or the entrances that was the whole like I don't know, I guess inner Earth theory or the I guess it might have been the alleged story of what was it Admiral Byrd? I think it was Byrd that had this the story or the testimony that he allegedly flew through this opening or this cave, and then it just opened up into this uh, lush oasis of different plants, trees, creatures, beings, whatever it may be. Most of these topics and things like that, like this, I just kind of skim across the top. I haven't dug deeper on anything, but it is interesting. Whether it's just a story or it may have some type of truth to it. Oh, I don't even. I try not to even think about it. I just try to limit myself involvement from anything like that could possibly be. You know, just stay in my own lane. Shoot, I don't even worry about the physical jails. I worry about all the psychological, spiritual, and all the invisible jails and stuff that they try to put you into. You know, almost to the point now where it's like I don't even really worry about the things that I or most people could see directly. It's the other things, the other dimensions, the other forces, everything like that that some people couldn't see, or maybe some people can. I don't know. Not just direct things. Good. Yeah, be like most people here. You catch her about on every given day, and she's the same person. You know, it's definitely appreciated. You know, people have like a. I know we all go through shit. You know, shit happens, but they just kind of have a constant good vibration or a good constant aura, or just being real. Definitely could be harder to find at times these days. It's definitely appreciated when it's had for sure. Or even if you just want to be a jerk, you know, just be a consistent jerk. You know, don't be a sometimes jerk. You know, just be consistent with it. Be consistent and disciplined on what makes you you. Shoot, man. I know the gas, man. Everybody started freaking out. They act like they ain't never had gas before. The gas drops a few more cent, and everybody starts rushing to the gas. I'm like, man, y'all can't make up y'all's mind. Either you're gonna rush to the pumps when it's $4 and $5, or you're gonna rush to the pumps once it goes down. Like what are y'all doing here? Yeah, nowadays they drop it a nickel, man. They're flooding it. So man, this is too much. If you're freaking out over a nickel, then it's just the nickel really isn't even the problem. It's just the bigger problem itself. Yeah. It all evens out in the wash. Nickel here, nickel there. Fancy O, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Hope you're feeling a little bit better today. Cheryl hit me with my own question. I don't know. Nobody answered my question, so I guess maybe I got to answer my own question. What would you ask your 90-year-old self? You always hurt my brain. It is a good question. My 90-year-old self. Um, I don't know. I probably asked my 90-year-old self, what was your best memory, or what was the biggest thing or impact in life that just made it all worth it? What was that one thing that made it all worth it? That just seeing it through to the end just made it so much more sweeter, whatever that may be, you know? Or I don't know. Try not to I try not to live with too many regrets or any things in general. I mean of course, like anybody, there's been things I've second guessed myself on or double doubted, whatever it may be, but maybe what was the biggest thing or what made it all worth it, and maybe what was the biggest regret. What was the biggest regret? But yeah, I'm 38 now, so my 90-year-old self will definitely have a completely different vision or outlook on life. Let's see, I'm 38, 90, that's what, 50, that's 52 years from now. I'll be 90, 52 years from now. So yeah, I would hope to have like a lot of the same core ideas, whatever it may be. Hopefully be in the right state of mind when I'm 90. I love to be able to see 90 or 100, but still be in my right state of mind where I could think about things, remember the certain things. But yeah, who knows? There's all type of questions. Yeah, no doubt. As much as there is a good side to us, and as much as uh, brings people together for situations like this, or even just viewing or looking up things online, it definitely changed things. Anytime you gain something, in a way you kind of give up something, especially in a system like this. We may not, you definitely don't see it right off the bat, because everything is just constantly in the beta stage of things and constantly evolving. All the different side tracks and all the little side quests and timelines that could happen about different events and different things like that. It's just constantly evolving. So it's hard to see the bigger picture right there in the moment, and it's definitely harder to see everything that's happening. But yeah, even from like the communication standpoint, just basic communication. I always say a lot of times it's in the name of what they call it, some way, shape, or form. Like social media. I mean, it couldn't be any more obvious. It's just uh, there's nothing social about it. What do they call it? Social media, and what's the other term they use a lot? I can't remember, but it's just like the total opposite of what it portrays itself to be, or what people think it is. Ultimately, it is what it is. It's in the name. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, buddy. Hmm. Yes, buddy. Oh, no doubt. I used to ask my grandpa. I would always ask questions. You know, and they'd answer that question, and ultimately it would just lead to me asking another question. But in that moment and in that time, even with man, I didn't being around my grandparents. We didn't have no cell phones or devices. We were still just sitting around talking and stuff. But even in all that, there's so many questions that I wish I could have had the knowledge or the understanding to ask. Certain things. So many questions. But they used to tell me so many stories and stuff like that. My granddad on my mom's side, he had the best stories. Interesting upbringing. Ultimately, ended up going around and traveling around the world several times before coming back here. But yeah, he had the best stories. Met a bunch of different people. Uh, Shit, I don't think there wasn't any place that he could go to, any one of his normal stops or byways or highways around here when he was still living and didn't run into somebody that knew him. It didn't matter where he went. To go get something to eat, to go to the flea market, to go to the grocery store, just riding somewhere somebody would know him. But yeah, kids these days it's a lot different. I came from that weird generation where technology was just around the corner, but we didn't have it as a kid. No smartphones or none of that type of stuff. But now it's a lot different. You know, Communication gets replaced with the latest post. Just being around people and doing things. That kind of got replaced with like certain content. Uh, to gain all these comforts that we ultimately don't really need, but ultimately they're cool. Even if you just use them for your uh, a good purpose, not nefarious. I mean, ultimately it's extra. So you add all those extra things into it, it's just more distractions. A lot of people already don't have basic communications or conversations. I know everybody's different. You know, I know a lot of people for being out in public and a total stranger. Just to have a conversation and stuff. Some people it may be awkward. I don't know, uh, but definitely being able to communicate with those around you, you get that decrease. I mean, yeah, it's hard to ask questions when you look around and everybody's face is in a device. Which is funny because, as we watch this broadcast now, all of our faces are in a device in some form. So it's interesting. Interesting stuff. 319 here in central Indiana today. Damn, Anthony, you might get back under $3. You might be back in the 299 club before you know it. Ours ain't that low yet, but mm, I think you've had about the lowest in the bunch. All right. Cheryl's done went down a little bit. Like 2 weeks ago, hers was like $576 and something. Hmm. Still over $5 in Sacramento. There you go. The Brady Bunch. Yeah. Yeah. That was an interesting show. The Brady Bunch. Oh man. What character from the Brady Bunch could you most likely relate to, If you were a character on the Brady Bunch, which character would you be? Oh yeah, they've been slowly putting more of that junk in there, Put more of those stuff that just tear your stuff up. Ah, okay. They suspended y'all's gas tax too. Okay. I hadn't looked into it locally, but that could have been what they did here. Um, I forget what our state gas tax is or local gas tax or whatever the actual tax is on it currently. I got to check and see. I know they suspended it. I think back in March, and then after those 30 days, shoot, it went way back up. And then I don't know. Within the last week, it came down. It's been coming down a little bit. It's still over $3 though. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. What about the Partridge Family? I don't know if I remember the Partridge Family. Was that the show like about the singing family and they were like in a van or something or a bus? I don't think I've seen. I definitely haven't seen an episode, but I remember the reference. If that's the one. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think ours is. I think the cheapest I done seen it here locally was about. I don't know, somewhere between 330, 340, somewhere around in there. But that's been a couple days ago. That was like at the beginning of the week, so ain't no telling where we're sitting at now. I think I love you, so what are you afraid of? I don't know the song, but it sounds okay though. Shirley and the Partridge Family. Okay. So I had that memory, that subconscious memory of the Partridge Family up there. It's weird how your brain just harnesses so much, sometimes useless information, but it's there. Like I'll just be the mailman. He always had simple jobs on the show. Bring the mail, have a simple little conversation, maybe get offered a lemonade and a cookie every now and then. Life's grand, life's great. Now it's different. You know what I mean? Everybody's waiting on the mailman. The mailman can never get there quick enough, but at the same time, soon as the first glimpse of the mailman shows up, everybody's running. Everybody's hiding. Nobody's going out there to greet them. They're peeking through the windows like Crime Stoppers. It's an interesting dynamic. It's one of the few people in life that people's trying to just constantly waiting on, and then when they see them, they just kind of get shell shocked. Uh, you know, they get the gleam in the eye. They don't know what to do. Like almost like they're scared of crimes fixing to happen, or they've seen their favorite celebrity. It's weird how people act with the mailman. Allegedly, he was. Allegedly, he was the mailman. The post was his office. He was definitely a post office employee. David Cassidy. Pretty sure I've heard. I'm pretty sure I've heard the name. Can't think of the face right off, but yeah, David Cassidy. Should have named his son Butch. Butch Cassidy. That'd have been pretty cool. Probably not starting out as a kid. I don't know how it would go having the name Butch. That'd be probably pretty rough. Postmaster got into my mailman because I kept holding him up. Oh no, you tell that postmaster to stand down. You gotta stand down. You can't rush the mailman. Some people want to have a conversation with him. Some people's avoiding him. They're waiting for him and running for him at the same time. Oh, what happens? Check it out. You're giving the postmaster a tip. There you go. Oh yeah, dude. You all the records and things you've had sent in. Yeah, there you go. Just give them a crispy 25 or a crispy 50. There you go. Appreciate your service to the legal the legal warfare, the paper warfare. Oh, they got a couple of those new mail trucks in the area, and oh man, I didn't know what the heck those things was the other day. I'm like, man, what the heck is that? It looks like I don't know. It's like if the one they had now kind of merged with almost kind of like a van a little bit, but yeah, it just looks so weird and awkward. It just stuck out with just a little bitty old thin, tiny hood. I don't know how many they got. We've got several post offices in the area, but oh, heck, even in my area, I don't know. At some point, they shifted. I see them running on. I don't know if it's every Saturday and Sunday, but it seems to be pretty regular. But yeah, I see them running there every day of the week, Monday through Sunday. I see the uh, United States Postal Service. I said, huh, just seemed kind of odd. Guess with everything kind of downsizing and consolidating, that they would have that much going on where they could do it all week long. I guess every region's different. Red Horse Homestead, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope all is well. My aunt's postman was my ex-wife's first husband. Oh man, yeah, that could be a weird, yeah. Took me a minute to break that down, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, that could get real awkward in a small town, you know what I mean? I respect it though. Things happen. Shit happens. Shit happens. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Clearly, Jay, good evening. Good to see you. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. And I think we got a big FedEx and a UPS hub in the area, so those guys and women is constantly rolling, especially going to work every day. Man, you'll pass like the whole freight. I pass the whole freight of UPS trucks pretty much every day. They all start rolling out of the building at the same time. You don't know what the heck's coming at you. You just see a whole convoy. We got ourselves a convoy, boys. No, no, no. It's just UPS. Just UPS taking off. There you go. Any type of tax, any type of extra unnecessary fee. Especially when it gets to the point where everything is overtaxed and more taxed, but yet allegedly we're still in an alleged debt. I mean, at what point does this, you know, it's interesting. It really is. If I really thought about it, I probably could come up with a whole list, of things that are just ultimately are probably just nothing but a scam, but they've been just normalized to the degree that it just seems uh, second nature. It's just nothing. It just happens. Yeah, definitely good to see. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Or really, ultimately any system you got to pay in just for a long period of time, whatever it may be. Certain taxes, certain insurances, certain things. It'd be one thing if you've seen the results and you've seen the quality. I figured that if things going to cost more and things go up, you would at least expect a little bit, uh, some offset, some quality or something, but not even so much that anymore. Let's see. Well, I apologize if she mentioned it. If she mentioned, I think she did. Maybe she did mention she had to have some type of procedure. I can't quite remember, but I'm glad she came through, and I'm assuming she's resting and recuperating right now. But hopefully everything went well. Hopefully she's just in the resting and recuperation stage. Yeah, definitely. Quick and as painless as possible. Definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm try to stay out of there unless it's the ultimate result. I know they're just waiting to just diagnose me with something new and exotic. Whatever they diagnose me with will be the will be the next big thing. Like, sir, how long have you been harboring this inside of you? What do they call it? What do they call it when the COVID first happened and they said it was like an incubation stage or something like that. They're like, man, you've been in a 33-year incubation stage. How is this even possible? You know, that'd be my luck. It'd either be that or they'd find out I'd have the cure for something. You know, either way, it's not good. It's not good. No. It's not good for the science. No, I didn't have my fair share of friends, family, and loved ones. Seeing them come and go out of hospitals, I try to stay out of them as much as I can myself until it's absolutely necessary. It's been a few times, but hopefully they remain far in between. Limbs to limbs, good to see you, brother. I hope all is well. New day, new opportunities, new blessings ready to be had. Hopefully you received all of them. Tasha, good evening and good morning to you. Good to see you. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Got some new ideas for content. What you got? I love new ideas. Make sure you give me all your good ideas before I have to go back into a quarantine state. I think I may just have to self quarantine. I don't feel that I'm sick, ill, or any type of thing like that. I just think I'm just going to have to self quarantine for the heck of it, you know? Just go through a whole quarantine, stasis, shutdown, cleansing. Do a self quarantine. I'm going to quarantine me from myself. Sweet. Got a nonprofit organization I'm going to be helping out soon. Nice. No doubt. Good to do those type of things. And um, my dealings with those type of things, ultimately, it opens the door to a lot of other things, you know, personal business, personal growth, um, whatever your business or your brand is. It also, you know, kind of opens doorways for that as well. So, no doubt. Could be a blessing in disguise. I hope it returns a bountiful and abundant harvest. No doubt. It's just a moment in time, you know. It's a minor setback to a major comeback, you know. Pretty soon you wouldn't even realize how far back, you know, this time may be, you know. There's seeds and there's harvests that's yet to even come into season. These things haven't even begun to get ripe yet. Just keep putting in the work, keeping the positive mindset, keeping everything going towards that motion. There you go. Man, I'll take that. I'll take a month off at the lake with a fishing pole, you know? Shoot you. Probably try to teach myself to play the guitar. Who knows? A month off, shit, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I'd probably just retire. You know, at that point it would just be too much. It would be too much for me to cope with to come back into the real world of society. You know, I just have to just go ahead, take off my hat, take off my cape, and just retire. You know, retire early, get it over with, get it done with. Just start living the retired life. Sweet. There you go. Nothing wrong with giving back. No, you always got a positive mindset. You're always doing something, you know. Those type of things don't go unnoticed ultimately, you know. especially this time of the year, man. You've been doing it. You've been doing trees and different things like you do. You know, some of those things come in waves. Like you might have a cold week or a couple cold weeks, and then boom, you just get, dude, for the next 2 months. I mean, you're just wide open, especially with limbs and tree work. I mean, I hope we don't get a lot of the death and destruction from any hurricanes this season, but unfortunately, it's just one of the side effects from it. There you go. Mm. Oh no. All right. I think I'm all clear. I got a little lost, a little distracted for a second. Oh, no doubt. I always keep you in mind. No doubt. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad in my area this year. Last year, hurricane season was non-existent in my area. The year before that, it was complete destruction and chaos. So hopefully this year remains calm, but we shall see. Yeah, I know when I was out and about last weekend, might have been at the flea market. I can't remember, but it was somewhere I passed by. They had a big animal adoption event going on. Cats, dogs, different things like that. But be charming. I always appreciate you being here. You have a blessed night, a blessed Friday, and if I don't talk to you again, you have a blessed weekend. It's tough being the queen bee, but you know somebody's got to do it. It must be done. Bubba News, good to see you, sir. The legend, the man, the myth himself. Hope all is well. It's good to see you. Let's see. I probably won't make this the battle axe. Good to see you. Glad you can make it and find your way to Watts World. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. I honestly did not know I have just been rambling about nothing for 2 hours and 5 minutes. I probably won't be on super late tonight. This probably won't be a 4 or 5 hour stream, but if anybody wants to come in, check in, have a little conversation, I will entertain it. We'll entertain it for a little bit. Feel free. Try to limit the confusion and the chaos, you know. If that's all you got, I understand. But if you can put some type of self restraint, I do appreciate it. Not everybody. You know who you are. Oh, we got a real troublemaker. Off the rip, we got the troublemaker of them all, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage. Uh-oh, where'd they go? Tasha. Tasha, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm the troublemaker. Since we don't have to, I'm the troublemaker. I'm not.
I have to
I
say
think
that. I'm the
that's
first guest. I have to say that, you know. Gets the people going. They don't know what's happening and kind of puts them like in a little shock. They're kind of excited because they just got snacks. Welcome all the way from South Africa, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I can't see at this moment. I can't see what's in the chat at the moment. But yeah, just want to say
What time is
hi.
it currently in South Africa?
5:24.
Hmm,
5:24.
5:24 in the morning. So it's safe to say we're good. The world will not end today. It's already tomorrow in South Africa. Can we say that officially?
Nah, not really. So, I wanted to ask you something. How was your birthday? After the stream, how was your birthday?
Oh, it got wild, Tasha. We went backstage. It was total pandemonium.
Yeah.
You missed a lot,
Look,
but yeah, it was just, yeah. No, it was fun, Had some good conversations. Uh, Always some new character unlocks, talking with new people. That's always fun, interesting, seeing what they got going on. But yeah,
sorry if
it
you
was a
hear
good
some
one.
snore. I'm just saying, if you hear some snoring, it's not me snoring or anything. I got a little guest next to me today, a
Oh, if you're a
four-legged.
snorer, that's okay. We don't judge the snorers here. There's plenty of snorers, you know.
No, 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 no. If I told you who snores, then you're gonna laugh more. It's my Labrador. She's got a little bit flu, so I'm next to her at the moment. So she got a little bit flu. So she was like,
Oh
can you?
yes, you got that old man snore.
My
Yeah.
Labrador, no, my doggy. She's a little bit flu. She
Okay.
got flu. So if you hear snoring, please, I apologize about that.
No, we appreciate the dog references. We still have I think we still have the ASPCA, the most friendliest dog channel on YouTube, allegedly, non-allegedly. So how about them dogs?
Yeah. So I was just feeling coming to the panel and say hello to everybody.
So what's
And
going on in your world? What's on your mind and your heart this early, late night morning?
what on my mind is I got a big birthday party that I have to organize quickly because my son is turning 21. It's a big thing here in South Africa, 21 years old. So I'm busy planning a surprise birthday party for him on Saturday. And yeah, so I'm busy planning that so that he doesn't know that I'm doing anything. So yeah, it's very difficult.
Oh yeah,
Luckily, he
that'll be
doesn't say
fine.
anything.
21, yeah,
So
that's an interesting age.
yeah, we call it. He's officially an adult. He's now welcome to the adult world. So yeah, and so that's on my mind at this moment because I need to get his instruction because Sunday is his birthday, but the party is on Saturday. So now I need a reason for him to come here so he doesn't notice anything. So that's what's on my mind.
That's like me on my
But
birthday. I'd like technically, really, I just celebrate the whole week because it's with different family and friends. It's almost impossible to get everybody together at one time. Especially my birthday. My birthday was just this past Tuesday, so it's the beginning, middle of the week. Everybody's still shell shocked from the weekend, but yeah, I did something like every evening. Just gonna celebrate this whole week, this whole month. Just celebrating the rest of the month of June. However many days we got left, I'm gonna just celebrate the rest of it.
yeah, like I said, it's just oh, thank you, Baba, and everybody in the stream that says for him happy birthday. But what I wanted to say to ask you is okay, wait, I'll send you an email. What I wanted to ask you, I don't want to, or I'm backstage. I'll ask you a little bit later if I am here. I have to be at work in less than 2 hours time, so I can't talk too much today. So I want to just say thank you very much for your wonderful stream. I really appreciated everything that you guys are doing for me. I know you don't think that's nothing, but talking to me and feel important every time when I come on a panel, it means a lot to me.
Well, I definitely appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation, whatever it may be, hearing about different cultures, different parts of the world. I definitely enjoy it, seeing how people view us or how we may view that particular region or that part of the world. I love it. Limbs to limb, it
And
was good to see you, brother. You have a blessed night and a blessed Friday. I always appreciate you checking in and tuning in.
but like when I'm here with you guys on the panel and things like that, or even in the stream, it really I feel like I'm part of the family. For me, I feel like I'm part of you guys. I mean, some places I go and chat, and it's not that you don't feel you feel you're there, but you're not really there. But with you guys, I can interact. I can laugh a lot. I learn a lot. But thank you very much. It really, it's from the bottom of my heart. It really means a lot for me.
Making big things happen. We're trending in South Africa, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful things are happening. No, I definitely appreciate you being here. I'm pretty sure most people do. If nothing else, like I said, I like interacting with different people, different views, different cultures, different accents. If we all sounded and looked and thought the same, there'd be no reason for us to even be here right now. We just would all be in our box doing that thing continuously. But yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Especially when Tasha talks Afrikaans, you know. You
I
guys,
like it.
I
I
love
like
her
different.
accent.
I like a different accent. I love it.
I was, I don't know, some of my other friends, they said they wish it's their birthday. Oh yeah, it was one of the other streams I went to. It was also her birthday. And she said, I wish I could hear it in Afrikaans. I said, then I wanted to turn into White's Life. Then you'll hear me speaking Afrikaans. I wanted to promote your channel, but it's not good to promote. Some people don't like it when you promote other channels on the streams. So,
Oh, I don't
but
care. I
don't
know.
worry.
Yeah, I know some people will feel that way. I don't care. You got a link or anybody wants to share anything, feel free. I don't care.
Hmm.
Probably need to add a few more people as moderators, but if you're in chat, you got a link. If you have the ability to share your link. Share a link. I don't mind at all. We all can't view everything at every given time. People have things. Of course, I think live streams, it has that attraction because you actually get that live interaction. You can actually see what was going on in chats and different things, whatever may be happening. And then it's just people post and do different things. We all can't view everybody at the same time. It's a lot of things to view.
That's true. That's true. But unfortunately, I'm not gonna stay long. I have to get ready for work and give some people medicine. Not people, get some people, some staff people to get some medicine. So I just gonna have to give you some medicine and spend some time with it before I'm leaving the house. So you
Definitely.
guys must have a wonderful. If I don't see you guys again, but I will see you soon. Have a wonderful day, and maybe if you're online and I'm busy with the cake or something, I can show you how the cake turns out to be. Okay.
There you
Love
go.
you
We love a
all.
good cake viewing.
Love you all. And just always, if you don't see me, you always are in my thoughts. Okay. Bye.
Good night, Tasha.
My, people come and go so quickly here.
It happens. It happens. Of course, I just rambled for 2 hours. I didn't realize that. Usually, I would have dropped the link, but feel free. Feel free. Come one, come all. See, see, the Americans missed out. You let the South Africans beat you. You let the South Africans take the gold medal for tonight. They came in first. South Africans came in first. They won the gold for this evening. Unfortunately, you'll just have to either settle for the bronze or the silver. You know, it's tough. It's tough. Oh yeah, Battle Axe definitely knows about some of the characters in the YouTube streets. A lot of different characters out there for sure. Garrett, good to see you. I appreciate that, Garrett. You know. I know you're a busy man. I know you got your hands in the pot, the music thing. Hope all is going well. I guess I need to make you a moderator so you can share some all these links that you're talking about. You know, got to keep us informed and in the know. Just be ready for this fall, Garrett. Just be ready for this fall and them Bulldogs. You know what I mean? That's all you got to worry about until now, until then. Oh yeah, I'm celebrating the rest of this week. I'm celebrating the rest of this month. You know, it's just gonna be a month long celebration. It's gonna be no doubt. It's gonna be everything you thought it could be and then some. It's gonna be everything you thought it could be and then some. I think I've consumed every form of uh taco and every form of soul food imaginable, every type of sweet confectionery goodness, cheesecake, and all the above. You know, too many food groups. I think they had to create a whole nother food group for my birthday this year. It was fascinating, fascinating stuff. At least I was smart about it this time. You know, I didn't eat all the cheesecake. I put half of it in the freezer. You know, out of sight, out of mind. That's me. Can't never get tired of celebrating. You know, try to live, try to live every day in a constant state of just celebration, Thanksgiving, whatever it may be. There's definitely more good to offset it, whatever bad may get thrown at us. You know, uh, there's definitely more to celebrate than to mourn. Not discrediting any loss or any situation that comes about, but I mean, ultimately, I believe there's more to celebrate than to mourn in any given situation. Anything you're going to try to recreate, anything you're going to try to recreate. I don't know. I may recreate some things. I don't know. I may recreate. I may recreate. Who knows? Who knows what may be in the cards? Maybe. I'm open. Definitely open. I'm currently watching. I don't even know if I can pronounce that. I guess maybe it's supposed to be Turkey. Turkey versus USA before today. Tied 2-2. So that's the current score, 2-2. It also means a piece of land with a long, unsafe driveway, and there's a Scottish warrior. Can't remember her name. I like it. I like a nice piece of property with a long driveway, you know? It's good to know you got some neighbors out there somewhere, but it's just more room that you don't have to deal with nobody else. As you recreate and recreate and procreate with your own life. Damn, undefeated, no doubt, no doubt. I like all people, you know, whatever they may have to offer. There's definitely knowledge on both ends of the age spectrum, but no doubt. Or even just maybe an old soul, you know, a different. Uh, So if the U.S. loses tonight, are they out of it or are they still in it? I ain't even gonna lie. I haven't been tracking. I haven't been tracking the soccer. I got lost in the sauce. I got lost in the sauce, Garrett. Excuse me. Lady Smith, good evening. Good to see you as always. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods this evening. So far, so good. I think it's safe to say the world will not end this evening. Tasha has already confirmed it is tomorrow in South Africa. South African district has already checked in safe for this evening's broadcast. Still no correspondence from our Russian, South Korea, Brazilian, and Central American correspondents. You know. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say it's stupid. If a tie was going to technically count as a loss, then you shouldn't play a tie. You should at least play it out till you get a winner. You know, if a tie is going to ultimately harm you on your score, why are you having it as just play it out till you get a score? Or I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I never understood why they still had like ties in professional sports. I know like a game like soccer, it could take a while before somebody else scored, but I just didn't understand it. I think they still do it like in football or uh well they don't do it in professional baseball. Shit hell, it'll go 9, 10, 15, 20 innings till eventually somebody scores. But yeah, I ain't never understood why any team or sport still would do a tie. It don't make no sense. Or something, or figure out some type of format where you could get like a free kick, almost like they do in college football. And when you get in overtime, where you keep lining up from like the 25 to 15, those type of scenarios, do a short mid range situation. Each time you inbound the ball, you're automatically in your half of the field, or get a free kick where it would increase the odds of scoring and still make it more exciting. And you're not having to do as much effort to do it. You're all within midfield or goal range, really. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get with FIFA. We need to figure out who's in charge at FIFA. You need to let me talk to him, man. We need to get our team in there. See if we can't, change some things, reevaluate some things. See if we can't get us on the field at some point. James Neutron, good to see you, brother. I hope all is well. Appreciate you checking in and tuning in as always. Just chilling on a Thursday night, a little bit of this and a little bit of nothing. Mm. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, that's like what was it, a couple weeks ago. I was out and about and went to the local market and got some fruit and stuff like that, and then I left there and then went to the grocery store. I went to Kroger and got a few things, and Every now and then I get a bag of those they're like tangerines or tangelos. They call them like cuties or whatever. Every now and then I get a bag of them. But I don't know what was up with this batch. Usually I can eat them all, no problem. But within 2 days, within 2 days of me getting this batch, they was already starting to turn and look like they had been sitting there for like a week. I don't know what happened in that whole process of whatever happened at the store, whatever happened in the processing. But yeah, I think I ate two or three out of them, and then on that second day, they was all turning. I was like, man, I, yeah. Once they started turning, I just threw that whole bag away. I said, damn, them things is too expensive just to be throwing in the trash. But yeah, after 2 days of getting them back from the store, they just looked absolutely horrible. It might be. It's the that brand that's called Cuties, the Cuties brand citruses. I don't know if they're clementines or tangelos. I forget what they are. I always see that bag, and sometimes I'll get them, but I don't know. I might not get that brand for a while. I'll get something else. Yeah, I'll get me a bag of those every now and then, and shoot, I'll go through the whole bag like it ain't nothing. Well, I eat a lot of fruits in general, but especially like citruses. I had never had no problems with them. Oh yeah, I hadn't had no decent bananas in a while. I've had more luck with plantains. Shoot, I'll get me some plantains every now and then, and of course they're different than bananas, but I'll get them up sometimes and fry them up, just like some fried green sweet ones. Oh man, I know some people don't like them, but I like them. I don't know. I don't even think I could, as much as I could grow here on Georgia where I live. I don't even. Uh, we still have that once a year, once a day, winter event. But yeah, I wish we could. I probably could look into maybe some dwarf varieties. Like there's some versions of dwarf citruses that I looked in and thought about doing here. But it may be once I get out there and maybe this time next year and start getting the property more developed and set up, I may definitely getting a greenhouse built. That's not even a question. That's gonna happen. It's just the time frame on when everything happens and starts to unfold. We shall see, but it's gonna happen. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It just ain't happened yet. So the way it works, the clock starts, and if they go to 34 or 45 minutes till halftime, and they get one team is already ahead 1 point, the other chance to score, and they don't, yeah, it's too much, bro. Yeah, we need, like I said, we need to get the whoever the head guy or the head woman is over at FIFA. If you just happen to be watching right now, please feel free to tune in, check in, phone a friend. We just need you over here. We got to have a conversation. It could be on the record or off the record, either way. And by all means, be quick about it. You know what I mean? They're probably putting some form of legislature legal action against it right now as we speak. You know what I mean? What are you waiting on, people? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. What are you waiting on? You need a shovel? I'll give you one you can borrow. Can't give you the tree right now. I'm still trying to get some trees myself. You're going to have to get your own tree. Bring your own tree. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be planting as many fruit trees as I can. Different varieties. I like to get my own peach orchard established. I know it takes a a while on any of these type of things, but yeah, certain things I should have already done, but ultimately, when you got time, you have time to think about things. It's definitely a plan in motion. I mean, I've got so many trees here now, like mulberry trees, pecan trees, all different types of things that are edible. Definitely want to expand. But, man, I used to know this guy. I've talked about him before. This Puerto Rican couple that I knew coming up as a kid, Mike and Angie. Man, I don't know whatever happened to Mike. Unfortunately, his wife, she had an accident and she's no longer with us, but this happened years ago. But man, he had the green thumb. He could make anything grow. He was from Puerto Rico, and he said his family and stuff used to have gardens and stuff coming up. But yeah, he'd go on like vacation to like visit some of his family, like in Florida or New York or wherever he would travel to. They had a big RV, and him and his wife and whoever they drive up there, and he'd come back with different plants. He'll be done found up something growing wild, and he'll just go dig it up. He always had like containers and stuff in his RV. If he found plants, he could dig it up, transplant it right quick, bring it back. But yeah, he had like a whole man. His yard was like just an oasis. You know, it seemed like it was just that. It seemed like it was just kind of meant to be that way. But he just kind of formed it up over time, planting a little bit of this, planting a little bit of that, trees, seasonal gardens. Yeah, he definitely had the green thumb. He even brought this one from somewhere in Florida. He brought this little tiny uh lemon tree. I think it was a smaller variety, but yeah, within like a couple years, it started popping up lemons. Uh, I don't know how they tasted or the what level of edibility they had, but yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, no, I've been talking about that. There's uh there's some people in the community and some people that come in and out of the chat here that's um got different beehives and things like that set up that they tend to. Um and yeah, I've been definitely thinking about it and wanting to get into it myself, getting a couple beehives, bee colonies, things like that established. Definitely for the pollination factor, and then for the fact that I can get some good honey. I can get my own honey. Um, I don't care about making no money off of it or producing a thousand barrels a year or nothing. But as long as I could get enough for my own personal self, if there was a little abundance to share, then so be it. But yeah, get a little honey, help boost up and maintain the local environment ecosystem. Yeah, definitely. Especially with as much attack or dwindling, heck, even in our own populations, even the own genocides that we face every day in our own walks, our own cultures, our own face, or whatever it is that we identify as, globally. It's not limited to one person or one idea. It's just a global genocide of whatever humanity ideas, but definitely like the decreased bird and the bee populations. Especially, I mean, it's funny, not funny. How would they say the talk of life when you have the talk with a young child about the birds and the bees? How it all starts with the birds and the bees, and hell, if they all disappear, it definitely would end or dramatically change without the birds and the bees. Oh yeah, I do it. Yeah, I could definitely do it. Yeah, I don't like to waste nothing, and I like to repurpose. So yeah, if I was to get established, I'm definitely utilizing and maximizing everything, no doubt. Especially the less I got to deal with and buy off the shelf, things like that. If I could ultimately produce it and get it myself, why not? Especially while I'm still able and they still let me do it, you know. While they still give me permission to do what I want to do. It's an amazing thing, you know. See, that's why I gotta offset it. That's why I gotta offset it, Garrett. With everything they're trying to offset, I got to offset it. I got to offset it and keep it oiled up. Like the oil man, like our uh legendary oil man connoisseur himself, Xbox 360 user 23, you know. I guess that's why you got to play 5D chess, you know. You got to play 5D chess. If they're going to knock you back three steps, you got to be playing 5D chess to at least level up and get into the good with two steps, you know. Just two stepping. Just two stepping on a Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you know, I just address people as their avatar and as they pop up, you know. If I may or may not know their government name, you know, that may be on a personal level, but no. There's some people that's conversed with me on this Panelverse, MySpace, whatever enterprise, you know, and it's just they still just know me as Watt Life, you know. They think my first name is Watt and they think my last name really is Life. They think I am Mr. Life, you know. It's funny how they think I'm Mr. Life with no life. Sometimes it's in the name. I do say that about myself, so I guess it can be implied about myself, you know. Oh, it's a beautiful thing, you know. Once you get anointed by the miraculous and healing oils and ointments, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. You must anoint your head with the oils. Just make sure it's a good oil. Saw a tick covered in water and it was alive and has been there for 4 days. Oh, great. That's all we need now, Mary, is the what do they call it? Amphibious the amphibious ticks, you know. That's all we need now. The ticks have somehow evolved past and you know, some wild stuff. I don't know. I mean, even without the latest news flashes of the ticks and stuff like that, I don't know. I guess I can't really say it's just being in the South thing, but I guess, you know, being in the South, working or doing around a lot of different things, you know, I always made it a habit of just, you know, check your boots, check your shoes, check your socks, your pants. Anytime you're in like high brush or grass, you know, whether it's yours or not, you just never know. But I hadn't really, I hadn't seen any, I hadn't seen any at all, to be honest with you. You know, not saying there aren't any around here, not saying things aren't happening, but I know it was a couple years ago there was a tick case where it was a girl here locally. I can't remember exactly if she was still here in Georgia or she went somewhere out of state and got allegedly bit by a tick, and then she got the disease or the sickness where she didn't even know that she was sick. I think she went to a restaurant or something and ordered a steak or ordered something and started feeling bad. I guess thought she might have had food poisoning. Somehow made it to the hospital or the doctor, and then they found out that she had whatever that reaction is caused, the meat thing. And heck, that was like 2 or 3 years ago. Now it's kind of coming back, kind of full circle to some degree, but a lot of those news flashes do. They just get repackaged, repurposed. Some of them they don't even get repackaged; they just get repurposed. They give you the same thing, you know. Just hoping and praying that you just don't remember that many news flashes back to call them out on their bullshit, you know. It's like, no, we've hit them with 333 news flashes today. There's no way they'll remember that we've played this one 3 times already, you know? They'll never remember. They've stared into the flashy thing too many times, you know? We've successfully Men in Blacked them. You know, we didn't even have to send the Men in Black out. We can keep them for special operations. Now we just flashy thing them. Uh-oh. Who we miss here in my ramblings? Navy vet, good to see you, sir. I hope all is well. There you go. Please, if you can't read that, please don't try to turn your phone upside down. I don't think that's how these things will work. But if you think it will work, feel free. Try it out. Do a screen recording. We'd love to see a live in-time reaction of you flipping your phone constantly. Microsoft offered to buy Xbox recently for like a couple $100 million. I think 20 or 22 million. Oh, that seems kind of low. 20 or 22 million? Yeah. Might be trying to do a corporate hostile takeover, bro. Be careful. Be careful, Garrett. You don't want to get caught up in the Xbox scandal. You remember how bad the what was that? The GameStop. Yeah, you remember the GameStop scandal. The Xbox scandal is going to knock that out of the park, bro. Be careful. You know, you got to have your alpha gals. Got to. Please, sir. Please, sir, can you give me some more psyops? Some more psyops and gravy? I love the smell of a good psyop in the morning. Gets the people going. I think it's like, to this point, like how society or stuff gets so much like consumed into like the digital spectrum. I think everything, even like the smallest little thing could be like a psyop, even if it's not like intentionally meant to be that way. It just kind of falls into it, you know. A whole psychological divergent just off of nothingness, you know, an entire imagined disagreement, you know. Most times it's with just in the person's mind. It doesn't even have to take two to tango no more. These people is literally out doing mental tango by themselves in just a constant state of confusion and wonder why the world just feels like it's spinning backwards. It's fascinating. Fascinating stuff. I mean, eventually video games are just going to be one big merger. I mean, I don't own any consoles myself, but there's a lot of games that it doesn't matter if you're on PlayStation, Xbox, or a PC. All 3 people can be in the same lobby playing that same game, which for some people it's kind of a disadvantage. You know, some people they say people that play on the computer, it's a whole lot more. You've got more maneuverability or more control on certain things, so it could be kind of a disadvantage. I mean, it's cool that it's all, I guess, on that same merger, on that same wavelength, but I don't really think it's like it's not really it's not a fair playing ground, you know, with different internets, different things connected to the lobby, different, I don't know. Just seems like too much fighting against you. Too much fighting against you to get a virtual first place. But it's popular. Some say it's more popular than it's ever been. It's reached to the level that it's Olympic status worthy. I think at the 2000, if they haven't already added it, I think 2028 they're adding it. It may have already been a thing this past Olympics, but e-gaming is going to be an Olympic sport. It's already made it to like the collegiate level. Even some schools in my area, they've had uh, e-gaming championships. They had one or two of the local high schools in here. They won. I don't know if it was the boys or the girls. They won an e-gaming championship. I saw it on the news. I'm thinking, man, that's crazy. course, I didn't have video games or internet as a kid coming up in the 90s, you know, being poor and living in the country and here on Georgia. But heck, I do remember the people that had video games, or people say, "Oh man, you need to stop playing those video games. You ain't never going to get paid. You ain't never going to amount to nothing." Now we've switched into such a, I guess, I don't know, a golden dawn of idiocracy in a way. Now it's actually true, you know. Now you can literally get trophies and accolades and sponsorships for just being a gamer, you know. You can perform at the highest level of sports, uh, academia, you know, the Olympics. You can win the gold. You can now win the gold playing Pac-Man and Super Mario Pro. Imagine that. Better sign up, Garrett, while you can. If you're good at the Mario and Luigi, you probably could get in there, bro. Get your little Call of Duty squad in there. You can win the gold medal in COD. Heck yeah. Ain't no telling. I know this week went by pretty smooth, pretty quick. Hopefully tomorrow closes out on a good note. I don't even know. I know every year pretty much around this time of the year leading up to the 4th of July, it has a certain system or certain ways, you know. Uh, most people around the 4th, they're not having any big projects going. Some people's on vacation, some people's cooking out or celebrating, so they don't have a lot going on leading up to the 4th. Then it's summertime. Some people hold off on bigger projects because the kids is home from school, things like that, you know. They'll tend to save their money, resources, and you coming in on stuff like, you know, outlet kids is home, outlets stop working, you know, things are being charged more now. People's using them all day. Outlets go out. Acre AC breakers go bad. Oh yeah. You get your AC go out this time of the year down here in Georgia, shoot. Yeah, you're gonna be calling somebody. That's like the day one of the service calls we had. We went out to the probably one of the nicest, uh, biggest private neighborhoods we got in the area. It's called the Retreat. I mean, it's like a community in itself. It's got its own golf courses. It's got restaurants. It's got stores. It's got dentist office. But anyway, we go to this guy's house, massive house, and retired in the military. I don't know what branch, but anyway, make a long story short, he called us because he said his refrigerator went out, and he went and reset the breaker. Nothing was tripping, but his refrigerator went out, and he had enough knowledge and know-how to go to the breaker and see if it was tripped or trip it and reset it. He did all that, but this was like one of those massive refrigerators, like almost floor to ceiling type deal. Uh, I mean, it was the full Martha Stewart, Rachel Ray edition. You know what I mean? It was one of them chef refrigerators. So no wheels on it, completely packed with groceries. He said he had just went to the grocery store. And then when he got back and put the stuff in there, he went to get something back out, and there wasn't no power, no lights. So we checked the breaker. The breaker was good. We checked power coming from the breaker. The breaker, it was sending out the proper voltage, but there was something in this fancy, high-tech Emerald Lagasse refrigerator that something in the computer or something went bad. So we told him it was probably have an appliance guy or something come out, but he said the refrigerator was still under warranty, so he should be good to go. But yeah, luckily it was one of them type of deals we didn't have to completely pull it out because that thing was massive. Yeah, he'd have to take everything out of there for us to pull it out. There wasn't no way. But at the top of the refrigerator, it had like this big access door that flipped open like a cabinet, and that's where you had all your electrical connections and everything. Could be Night of the Living Dead. You know, some people say it wasn't just a movie; it could have been a documentary. What was it? Yeah, yeah. For the most part, you can. Uh, I mean, there may be some type of like limitations, like drought or whatever the city may say. But for the most part, if you live out on your own land or like in the country, they won't say nothing to you. But that don't stop people. People shoot them off, whether it's a drought, whether they say you can't do it or you can do it. Uh, Even as a kid, we've always been able to shoot fireworks off here on Georgia, but it wasn't always legal to buy them. People that wanted to buy them had to go somewhere else. And being I live right here in Augusta, just a couple minutes, you're right across the river in South Carolina. People used to go spend that money over there. Then some years went by, and then they finally passed a law where you could sell fireworks in Georgia. Before that, you couldn't sell anything that went up in the air, which pretty much was just sparklers, the things that sit on the ground that just kind of sparkle and do stuff. No projectiles, no Roman candles, just pretty much snakes and sparklers. But then they changed the law. Now it's shoot, everybody and their mama's got a fireworks stand over here now. Joe Dirk's fireworks, Three Brothers fireworks, Crocodile Jack's fireworks stand. It's just there's no limit, no limitation or shortage of the canisters and fireworks, no doubt. We got some breaking news. EA Sports has told all sports companies that they can purchase ad slots for all EA games, including 24 soccer, 26 college football. There you go. It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. Life, life has a way of doing that. Art imitates life. Life imitates art. The more we feed into it, the more we give into it, the more analytics and data and all that type of stuff. It just kind of self creates that self, whatever energy gets put behind it. But yeah, it was only a matter of time. That's crazy. You could sell advertisement slots in video games or different things like that. But I mean, it's only a matter of time. Shoot, couple, when I was younger, shoot, that's all you could sell over here. That's all you could sell was the Joe Dirt packages. You couldn't sell anything that went in the air. You could shoot it off, but you just had to go over to South Carolina to buy it. Shoot, I remember as a kid, uh, a lot of people would just go over there and buy them themselves. But there was a guy uh, who lived out in the country. He owned like a mechanic shop and had a couple businesses. Big Ron, and man, he would go load up every one of them big holidays like that. He would just go load up on fireworks, and he'd had I don't know, he had to hook up. He got some type of deal, or I don't know how he did it, but yeah, he'd come back and he'd have the fireworks for the low low. I don't know. He must have went to like one of them big wholesale warehouses or stuff, because he even would bring back stuff that you couldn't even find uh, around here. I don't know where the heck he was getting that type of stuff from. But yeah, Bonnie, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Let's see here. Uh, may or may not be all type. We got all type of chaos in the back. So I didn't even know nobody was back there. That's how just unaware I am. Sometimes I have to ask myself, do you know where you are right now? Bring in Johnny. Bring in JG. See, I do apologize, gentlemen. That's how unaware I can be at my own broadcast. How y'all doing this evening?
I'm great one.
Good to hear. Hopefully y'all weren't back there too long. I'm just rambling about nothingness, you know.
How's it going, victims?
Just another Thursday in the books. Working on a Friday.
What kind of work do you do? What?
I do electrical. Mainly like I do some service calls, you know, issues that people have in their home, but mainly like new construction, wiring up new homes. I like it. I enjoy it. I've been doing it. I've only been doing it for getting close to right at a decade. I ain't even been doing it for 10 years yet, but I enjoy it, you know. Same concept on every job, you know, getting power established or reestablishing power, but each customer is different. Each job is a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, I've done electrical a few times.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, I've done a lot of different things. I was in the Carpenters Union at one time. I worked for a concrete company doing like driveways, sidewalks, custom concrete work. Uh, worked with a guy that did like handyman jobs, you know. One day we might be building a deck. One day we might be pressure washing some driveways, you know. Did a lot of
Roofing,
different
maybe?
things. Roofing? No, I've assisted in roofing. I've never actually like, you know, did the roofing myself. The few times I assisted, I was just more the back, you know. I was the guy just loading the shingles up on the they had one of those ladders that shoots it up and hooked up to the little generator and it hoisted it up. So I'm like, heck yeah, you know. All I gotta do is
That,
just stand here and load this thing. The guy up top, you know, he'll handle it from there.
that's a conveyor belt. Boom. It's the
Oh
conveyor
yeah.
belt.
Yeah, dude, it looked super suspect. It looked like something that they outlawed back in the prohibition days, you know. During the whole Great Depression, it should have just went away, but it still worked. Muddy, good to see you, Muddy. I hope all is well. Yeah, dude, it was loud as hell. You couldn't really hear nothing, but yeah, you got those shingles up there.
That's just the rusty chains and the gears and sprockets, probably, for the conveyor belt.
Yeah, dude, I think it was like running off an old cookie conveyor belt. They just kind of torqued and just JB welded to a ladder or something. Who knows how it worked? It was like an old fire department ladder that used to be on one of those trucks you see on Chicago PD.
That's hard work. Roofing.
Yeah, Bunny. It's hard, but if it has shingles, it's harder. But if it's just roll roof, say you don't have to scrape off these shingles, you just roll over one layer. You can roll over one layer of shingles. You just roll over the roll roof, not the felt. I'm talking about the roll roof with the asphalt, the actual asphalt roll roof style, the 100-foot rolls, not the felt. That's just black with no asphalt on it. It's not that hard, but if you have to scrape off the shingles, then yes, it's hard. Got to roll out the felt, then you got to put the shingles, and make sure that you
Yeah.
cut around the vents and the whole what do you call it? There's another thing, the pipes, the vents, and there's the HVAC, the fan, the exhaust fans, the fart fans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I try to stay away from it as much as possible, you know.
Yeah, no, if you got a solar hat on with a little fan on it and a solar panel on top of the hat and a little fan, it's actually not that bad. If you're still young enough. If I had to do it again, I just wouldn't do it from June
That's what I'm
15th.
saying.
I did it. Yeah, for about a year and a half. But I wouldn't do it from June 15th to about September 15th. But every other time, I would still be able to do it.
No doubt.
Yeah, it gets pretty hot up there.
Yeah, that's
Especially
that's why
something you want to get started as early as possible.
that's why I have to wear a sweater. Your own sweat cools you down. A light, thin sweater, not a heavy sweater like I used to. I can still wear a light, thin sweater. Your own sweat cools you down. But if do I like to do it as much as I do back then? No, I don't. Not as much. But you'd rather just go cell towers. But cell towers are obsolete now too because you got satellites in space from Elon Musk and Telesat, companies. So pretty soon there won't be no cell tower climbing. Then it's just down to electrical towers like the ones I showed you when I was disking. Yeah, those kind of things. They don't give problems hardly. So most of the time it's just telephone poles, the 32-foot tall telephone poles, or sorry, the power poles, not the telephone poles. Power poles, you just climb those things. Or just use the boom lift, the 60-foot JLG boom lift. You don't have to even climb the power pole anymore. So it's all that most of the electrical work is for the outdoors, the outdoor electrical. But indoor, yeah, there's a lot of work, a lot more work indoor electrical than outdoor.
Interesting.
There's this video that's been popping up in my feed lately. It's shorts, and it's this lady. I have no clue where she's living at, but she's close to water. And there's some kind of a tree that has this big furry thing on it. And so she climbs these trees, and they're not real big around. And so she gets this, it looks like towels or rags, something, and she ties it together. She puts it on her bare feet. She's running around this place barefooted all the time. And she just hooks that thing on her feet and climbs up that tree like it's nothing to get that fruit. It's
Yeah, it's called silk
really weird.
silk splits, buddy. The old silk splits. The fire dancers used to do that, especially the lesbians in Oregon. There's, I think, Miss Fire Fetish. She's really good at that. She's from Germany. I think she was from West Germany. She's a little bit older than me. Yeah, she was like masterful at the silk splits. She used to be able to climb it with her feet like a spider monkey, and also with her hands. I actually might want to go see where she's at, man. It's been a long time. Last time I seen that lady was like 2006. It's been like 20 years, man.
You said lesbian?
Yeah, there's a lot of lesbian bars in Portland, Oregon. It's got every street, every other street, every 3 streets has a lot of lesbian bars. Yeah. Some are mean, some are nice. That's my days when I look like this, the avatar, when I actually look like a chick. But now if you look manlier, they're not gonna like you as much. So, if you look more hairier and older and grayer, yeah. Be pretty and you can't possibly be beat when you're young, Now when you're old, you're just washed.
It's one way to look at it, no doubt.
I
Okay,
guess
shout out to the lesbians.
what you're into.
There's a lot of
Should
lesbian
we,
bars. Remember
I
that
think
song by
lesbians-
Jonathan Richman? I was dancing at the
Or,
lesbian bar. I JG, are you still in Oregon, man? I don't know if you passed through Portland, man. The east side of like the Oregon City part, the east part of Portland. I think it's Oregon City that has more of that. But they're getting old though, man. The boom of Portland's lesbian strip clubs or bars, whatever, was like the late '90s, man, and early 2000s. They kind of disappeared after that. So
Dang.
they got old,
So
man.
You
in
reached your peak,
California,
huh?
there was an institute called the Esalen Institute, and they had all these nuns go to the institute, and they encouraged these nuns to be like normal women, and dress up sexy. So they all started dressing up sexy, and they're feeling themselves right. They're feeling good. And one of the nuns, came on to another nun, And that nun just started coming on to all the nuns. And next thing you know, all the nuns were doing lesbian stuff.
Yeah, they're just getting old though. Sorry, I bring that up. All those like silk splitter, fire dancer, / stripper bar, lesbian bar ladies are like, they're old, man. They're older than me by at least 5. I'd say they're late 40s, early 50s. They can't fire dance and silk splits anymore. It's hard as silk split, dude. It's kind of like roofing. You got to silk splits. You got to have really good acrobats.
Yeah, you got to be
Acrobatics,
agile, flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
like a cat,
Aware of
dude.
the fire. It's a lot. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I never got into it. I just let those women that feel like they can master it just handle the challenge.
They need Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has to save the lesbian.
Tony Robbins. I know I've seen that. I know I've seen it at some point. That name sounds familiar. Huh. Save the Lesbians campaign.
Yeah.
I wonder how many successful ones he's had. I wonder if there's any success stories. Who knows?
Lesbians.
What you think about it, Bonnie?
Looking at Tribe's joke. I don't know, but just a side note, not all fire dancers are lesbian.
No
Just saying.
doubt. Yeah, we have to say that. Yeah. Even though however large those populations may be, they don't reflect all fire dancers in general. No doubt.
My daughter
Yeah, we don't want a bad rap with the fire dancing community, May
And
need
silk
it.
splitters, man, up in the air. Acrobatic silk splitters, like spider monkeys, man. Pretty amazing.
Oh yeah, I appreciate those type of women, no doubt. I do. Sorry, I went in too much of a deep thought. I didn't realize how much that was missing from my life. The fire dancers and the silk spinners. Man,
That's called silk splitters. They don't spin.
oh,
Silk splitters. They
they're
split. They just
anti-spin.
split.
If you're doing all
Yeah.
that, how can you be anti-spin? How can that be where you draw the line?
They do spin too, but splitters. They do a lot of
Okay.
splits up in the air. That's what makes it so
Gotcha.
amazing to like split and spin at the same time. Pretty crazy.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Shoot, maybe we'll make it great again.
So my daughter wanted to join a circus and travel around and do all that. And I was like, no, not a good idea. Circus people are not safe.
Yep.
Yeah, but
They got the
that would be the
snakes.
instant life, no doubt.
They got the snakes. They got what else? The tigers. I forget what else. Some spider monkeys. My favorite. Some
Bearded
toucan
woman.
sandbirds, like the macaws. Those birds that are like colorful and rainbow colored. The talking macaw. My favorite bird.
Mm-hmm. They like it. Yep.
You're reading their joke.
I was just having a life reflection. I was just putting a mirror in front of my face. It's just, things can be humorous, Sometimes
Yes.
you just can't even explain what's funny. I'm like that. I'm weird like that sometimes. I just think of something and it'll just be so random that it's almost impossible, I guess, to explain, but not really. But it's just, I don't know.
That's
I'm
what
Johnny Random.
somebody asked me once, why do you always giggling? There's just always something to tickle you.
And one time I thought the Matrix was really messing with me. I'm sitting there watching TV one day, and one of the rare times I was doing it, and I forget when this was. It's been a while back, but it was a commercial. It was like, do you or anyone you know suffer from uh, uncontrolled outbursts of laughter or sometimes crying? If you or anyone you know suffers from this, I don't know if they was trying to sell a pill or they were trying to get you to call into the institute or what. But I'm thinking, man, dude,
Yeah,
damn,
like
that's
it's
just
called your
locking people up from laughter, you know?
yeah, it's called your
Right.
serotonin level. Your serotonin
Yeah.
levels. If you're too happy, man, that was a problem with me. I was way too
That's
happy.
what
when
happened to the
like that.
Joker, you know. I guess that's why he was asking everybody why so serious, you know. Maybe
No,
he
that's
wasn't
my
such a
problem too.
bad guy after all, you know. Maybe he was just an anti-hero.
Dude, I used to be
I
like
think
kind of like that. I used to just laugh, uncontrollably, like every 5 minutes. I'd just be laughing at just nothing that wasn't funny. You know, I just laugh at it because
Maybe we
my
all got the
serotonin
same,
levels.
you know.
You gotta have level serotonin, man. If you're too happy, you get a fast pulse rate. If you're too sad, your pulse rate gets too slow. You gotta have a level serotonin level, man. Dopamine and serotonin.
Yeah, I'm,
Gotta
I'm
balance
down to
that, man.
like 33 beats a minute, bro.
Dude, that's
Gotta
low, dude.
have
You don't
that.
want to get lower than 39.
Yeah, I just do micro dosing of meditation. I'm micro dosing of meditation right now.
You sound
Try not to
pretty
do
relaxed.
full dosages while being live. You know, there's no telling what could happen. Can't be responsible for that. I don't even know.
So what y'all been talking about? Well, you've been up here.
I just been rambling about. I rambled for about nothing for 2 hours. I didn't even realize I was talking that long. It only felt like about 45 minutes. And I said, well, I'll drop the link. And then that's when I realized it had been like 2 hours of nothingness, you know?
I
I think we
peeked and
called several people just to have the urge to go to McDonald's and see if the ice cream machine was fixed. And you know what I mean? Cause some type of reaction. No, just whatever came to my mind or whatever somebody might have been talking about in chat. Dang, comes a few little drops of rain. How about that? Where did that come from?
cool. Y'all need it. Sounds like.
Oh yeah, we can't get
Well,
enough rain right now.
yeah, ours all went away. I guess it's up there in Missouri, Indiana, those places.
Rain
Those
or
poor
snow?
people.
Would you
Rain.
rather have
Ohio, they've all
Would you
been
rather
getting
have rain
hammered.
or snow?
I would rather have rain. Don't put that white stuff on.
You're anti-white.
Of snow, yes.
Well, it depends on how cold it's snow. If it's like 31 or like 29 degrees snow, that's still tolerable. 19 or less, that's too cold for me.
I can't stand snow.
Yeah, I don't like snow.
You fit on an island, man. That's where my grandparents are from, Azores. Yeah, they don't get no snow. They don't know what snow is, man. When they hear of it, they're like, "What is that? Like white cold stuff?" All they get is rain and sweat. That's about it. And then breeze too. Nice breeze. A little bit of sweat, light sweat.
Well, we've had snow. I mean, I remember 14 inches of snow. Then we had Snowmageddon. About
Yeah,
every
Donnie, I was
10 years, we get
good.
snow.
So, and I was talking about California. They get snow. Higher elevations, they get snow. I was talking about Azores Islands. It's like by Portugal. Yeah, like Cape Verde Islands out there. Yeah, that
Oh, I know
doesn't
they
get
get
snow.
snow. My brother
But
goes
Cali does.
to, is it like Shasta? No.
Like
Like
good old
Tahoe.
Dunsmuir and weed.
He used to practice for the Olympics somewhere in California. Tahoe, Shasta, somewhere in California. Downhill skiing.
Better than uphill skiing, I would think. I've never did either. Seems like it's less strenuous on the body.
That would take a jet ski, wildlife. That'd be cool. Though. Upstream skiing, that'd be cool.
Oh,
Though. Like
I've been on
little.
plenty of jet skis, 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, but no snow riding apparatuses.
Is that today? It is. What's it called? A Perennial?
Ohio Grassman, the man, the myth, the legend. Good to see you, my friend. I hope all is well. Got an official Sasquatch sighting, ladies and gentlemen.
You see what Mary said?
What's Mary saying?
No.
The city next to us, 22 miles away, has 90 days of water left. Damn, what does that even mean?
I know. How do they calculate that? And
I guess
what's up with that?
maybe there was. Then I don't know. I don't know how often they do it, but it's funny because I just saw a news article about a county. The county beside me, they posted something that said that traffic in a certain area was going to be limited because they were going to be refilling one of the water towers. I'm thinking, since when do they come in and refill these things? You know, I thought these things just kind of pump up, flow down, or however they go. I ain't never heard about them going in and refilling one. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm just saying I ain't never heard it happen. But who knows? Imagine they have some type of way to regulate, like city or county, however the water's set up. You know, they know how much they have in supply or have access to. You know, being water towers, water treatment plants, whatever. They can roughly calculate how many gallons of accessible water they have, and then they can get the rough average on how much gets consumed per month. You know, in a county. You know, you and or anybody, not everybody, but anybody that's on like city water. They have a way, an average to calculate that up, so they know if nothing else, it may not run out, but the demand may be higher than the supply, and it could definitely go towards that way. But it don't sound good. 90 days and no water.
Yes.
Whatever it means to them, it don't sound good on paper.
No. I think it has something to do with the dams. Because I was seeing something about that today or yesterday, that the dams are the problem when they started damming up the rivers and creeks and not letting it have the natural flow. It's kind of changing the ecosystem. And I think that that's why there was such a fight way back in the day over dams. I don't know if y'all remember that, but used to be people were fighting like crazy whenever they would start to try to put up a dam, because it would block the water from the ranchers and farms.
We just need lots of beavers to make dams, like doing the Columbian River. Just lots of beavers. Make some good dams.
Yeah. Well, that would be kind of natural, but two main reservoirs are drying up.
Not
Very
Kelly.
good.
We got water. Luckily, because 2013 was the last drought we had. Was the last major drought, or we were drying up like crazy. But after that, it's been pretty good. Mild little droughts, but still pretty good after 2013.
It is another interesting optic
Yeah.
dealing with water, a reflecting pool. Even in all these times, it could be a good time to reflect on whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Mm.
I saw a map of one of the counties in Texas that they districted. Is that how you would say it? And it's funny the way they did it. Most of the county is one way, and then the tip of it, they did it. It was two different colors. One part was red, and the other part was yellow or something. And that's the part that doesn't have any water. I don't know. There's some weird things going on with the water.
Buddy, what part of Texas would have the most water? Amarillo, San Antonio, Houston,
Would have the
Waco.
most water.
Yeah.
Pecos River. A lot of water.
I
in
would say
Pecos
the
River
part of
area.
Texas that would have the most water would be North Texas. Because they get more storms, more things going on up there. Like around
What's that?
Dallas, Fort Worth.
Amarillo.
Pecos River.
Amarillo would have more probably.
I don't think so. That's desert.
You would think that Colorado would have a river flowing down to Amarillo, no?
We have a Colorado River that goes through Austin. So there's two Colorado rivers. For some reason. I don't know why.
You're talking about that goes through Texas? Because we got a Colorado River that goes, through Vegas, through Yuma, Arizona, and then through Imperial Valley, California. And they send their water to LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that thing's always going to get dry because, there's a lot of Vegas and LA takes all the water. So can't stop that. But you guys should get a little bit, in North Texas, from the Colorado. I think it splits.
And there's another one that comes down, I think, from New Mexico that they call it the Colorado River. And it goes out into the ocean.
That's why we need beavers to dam off that river. Less water to the ocean. Hire some beavers.
There you go.
I hope everyone's doing well.
Doing good, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing good. I can't complain, and it wouldn't do no good anyway. This
Did something happen? I heard Jess.
year,
Got bad connection.
can you?
We had to try to come back in and Try to go out and come back in.
Michael, try to hit your airplane mode, and it'll reset so you don't have to come back in. Just do it. Just tap it.
There you go. Just tap that thing.
He totally got kicked off. Because yeah, if you tap airplane mode, it won't totally kick you out of StreamYard. Sometimes it just resets your internet without kicking you out of StreamYard. You know.
Who knows how these things work? You know.
Yeah, I don't know how laptops work. If you're on a laptop or if he's on a
What
laptop.
if I want to put it in sports car mode? You know. What if I don't want to go in airplane mode?
Yeah.
The train mode, the
I
boat.
want to
my
go 4x4. You know. I want to put it in all terrain mode. Let's see. Check, mic check. Your
Can you hear
little
me?
who?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Michael.
Oh, okay. Thank you. They're good. If it happens again, just let me know. I think it's my phone. It's not a very good phone.
Well, we need more data centers. We need more data centers to help us keep us all connected, to keep all of this data and information secured safely away from us. You know, it's for our own safety, of course. I yield.
Yeah, away from us. Yeah. The data thing is one thing, yeah, but the water thing, okay. You'd be surprised at how many counties and cities are getting water imported to them. Have you ever heard of saltwater intrusion?
Oh yeah, that's just what I'm thinking about. It's like I think some parts in Florida down there, you have certain waterways and accesses where the salt water and the fresh water start merging.
Well, actually, it's worse than that. It's where salt water goes inland so many miles or so far, and it contaminates rivers. As a matter of fact, the Mississippi River is having a big problem with saltwater intrusion. So there's a lot of salt water on the move. So that's one thing. That's you know. Also, what I feel like you're seeing, and this is just my opinion. I'm not an expert, and maybe don't take it wholeheartedly. Take it with a grain of salt. But I believe that Ben's how we have a binary star. I believe we have a binary star, and it's changing the chemistry of our star. I believe because that's what binary stars normally do. But anyway, what I think you're seeing is I think you're seeing the atmosphere's potential to hold exponentially more water than what it used to. And I think you're seeing water evaporate from some places and just being completely dumped on other places. And I think that's what that is.
Nah. I'm just
I
joking
think
with
it
you.
is. Well, the pole is shifting exponentially, and
Mhm.
magma is being severely affected. So when the magma rises, some places it touches water, it just heats it up and causes it to evaporate even more. But you think about this heat we're about to have, where it's here in the East Coast in West Virginia. I think they're saying it's supposed to be like 110 or something like that, like the heat index, not necessarily the actual temperature, but what they say the quote unquote feel like temperature is. But we've been having all these cold fronts. It's been cold here. It's abnormally cold for past couple of days now. And now it's going to get abnormally hot. Like it's going to break the record for West Virginia, I believe. So there's a lot of crazy weather stuff that's happening. A lot of atmospheric things and meteorites and, but the data centers, anybody that has that much data and that much data on everybody in the whole world, that's a type of control. Obviously, that's where this was going to go. So, it's just interesting times we live in.
Those data centers could just use salt water. In my opinion, that'd be better. Instead of using fresh water, just use salt water.
Well, they could. And some of them do. But right now, you have such a divided view on what's reality and what's fact and everything, that there's so many people that say stuff wholeheartedly that might not be true, and they believe it to be true, and it sounds convincing, but it's not always true. So you get a lot of people out here that's getting all worked up now, and people are on edge.
Yeah. See, Michael, I don't believe in AI, man. If you think I believe in AI, I dislike AI. I mean, if I could stop AI, I would stop AI, but I obviously can't. It cuts human jobs. It makes pimp robots that pimp out human trafficking. So there is a thing like the C9000. There's another company that already made one. It's like a pimp bot, like Bender, on Futurama. Yeah, it's where you can't blame the pimp bot, the person behind the pimp bot. You blame the pimp bot for the human trafficking. That's the next thing.
Oh, speaking of pimping, I always got a link somewhere when a certain thing triggers my memory. Let me find my pimping article of the day. Pimping. It's like, I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the late rapper. Hey, my mind just had a mental aneurysm. Pimp C. Pimp C said it. The pimping went to the internet. Where's my pimping article? There you go. Speaking of pimping, that was today in history. The Mann Act. Sex trafficking. We think of it, I guess, as something we talk about now, but it's kind of always been a thing. Even back in 1910 when they had to do the Mann Act. Interesting stuff. Where's it at? Hold on. Things are moving too fast and too slow at the same time. Tonight's safe word is flag. 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 Pretty controversial. You got to spell it out sometimes, There we go. Long as somebody notices, seem fitting, might as well go whitewater rafting, if all the water's disappearing, we might as well go to where it's this best and strongest,
Where's that at? What? Where's this river at? Looks like
This
pine
is
trees.
in a place and time, maybe that has passed or maybe that is yet to be. This is just a place in your imagination. This is the Watt World Zone. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I'm talking about the background, the river behind you.
Yeah, I
Looks like
just explained
Colorado.
that.
Looks like the Colorado
I
River,
just
maybe.
gave you a word salad. I just gave you a Watts Tuesday version of Ruby Tuesday salad about it. Freedom, free bougie. Free bougie 2233. Don't know if I'm familiar with that handle or that avatar, but I appreciate you. Appreciate you tuning in and checking in here at Watts World. I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry. I get sidetracked.
Oh, that's cool. Read your chat. Well, no, I was just saying when you said Ruby,
It's just
there was a
an
song.
imaginary place in time. No place in Pacific. This
There's
is
a
just
song called. Good what?
Say I. It's what we're fighting against. Sorry.
Yeah, the Ruby Soho song. Remember that song? Destination. Oh yeah. From Rancid, the song, the band.
Sounds upbeat. I don't know.
1995.
Probably I can't say I haven't.
Whenever I hear Ruby, that's what I think of.
I'm not going to deny that rhythmic tune from my subconscious. Even as much as I want to deny it, I feel more interested in it now that you brought it up, Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you checking in. Speaking of Ruby Red and Whitewater Rapids, Virginia Roots. Always a pleasure to see you. Always appreciate you tuning in, checking in.
That is correct, Virginia. It's Ransom, 1995.
See,
Yeah,
there was a thing. This is true. We got confirmation. What you were talking about is 100% true. Damn, Virginia brought the receipts. Saw them live. It was smelly and wonderful. It was the best of times and the worst of times. I like it. That's your cup of tea. Enjoy it. You know, get you a cup to go. I still don't even remember what the question was, but I feel like we got there either way.
yeah, smelly.
Man,
If it was smelly socks or smelly farts, I love both. I like smelly farts and smelly socks. Works for me.
unfortunately, I can see that. And some dark, twisted, you know, I know what you did last summer type of way.
John, you got problems, man.
No, it's like I know what you did this summer. It's not even last summer. You don't even get a summer break, you know. I know what you did this summer, even though it's already started.
Man, what? That is crazy, dude. That is correct. Dude, if I was taking my serotonin pills, dude, I'd be just busting up, dude, laughing. But I can't, man. Getting too
You said you
old to
did
be
or you didn't take it the pill? You did?
I have
You
not.
did.
I should go back on my serotonin pills, my
Oh, be
boost
careful. Yeah, I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to do it with my over suppressed dad jokes, you know. Save that for Comedy Central. We'll let Comedy Central do that for you. The channel that you can tune into that has absolutely nothing to do with comedy. Imagine that.
South Park all day. That's God right there. My avatar. That is God.
There you go. A man of few words, ladies and gentlemen. The land pirate himself, JG. You still in the same spot or you done moved on? How far have you made it now in your travels?
You say I'm a land pirate like I'm a bad person. I'm not a pirate.
No, I don't want to mean that in a bad way. No, that's like a good term. I'm not saying that in a bad way. No, like a, you know, like a pirate would just like go explore the waterways. You just kind of treat land that way. You just kind of go with your own flow, go wherever you feel like going, where it may take you. Nothing
Somalia.
derogatory.
I want to be pirate.
I like to
Nothing
be a
wrong with
land
that.
pirate myself sometimes, you know. But no, I'll come up with a new term. I'll come up with a new term. Maybe pirates get a bad rap these days. It's too many pirates. All the pirates we hear about are bad pirates, you know. No more black beards or red beards, you know.
The pirates are in politics, right? In the
Yeah, that's the
government.
real land pirates. The graboids, huh? The freaking graboids, bro. Not even pirates. They're just grabbing the land above you, below you. Shoot.
Colonizer. You know, Louis Theroux did a documentary on ultra Zionism, and you should check that out. Really good documentary.
All right, I apologize for calling you a pirate. I'll be the bigger person to say that. Sounded cool in my mind.
But he interviews this guy that is talking about how they colonize, how they take over people's properties and whatnot. But it's very educational. A lot of his documentaries got me introduced to how, you know, crooked and malignant shit really is.
It's better than the stuff they're putting out on TV. Like, I was doing my random, however, I got hooked on the Naked and Afraid the other day, or whenever that was, and then the commercials for all the shows that was on there was just giving me all the signs to get the heck out of here. I don't know how I got sucked into that vortex, but it was some show, and dude, I don't know if this was real or whatever they was trying to portray, but it was like, imagine, if you will, being this man waking up behind a dumpster, not knowing who you are or how you got there, you know. And then it goes into this random this dude talking to people trying to figure out who he is, and then just out of the blue, they think they figure out who his name may be, and they think he might be they say he may be an ex-hitman or something like that. And I'm like, oh, man, this is just too much, you know.
Sounds like a
Start out-
Burning Man, dude. Burning Man concert. That's what happens after a Burning Man concert. You gotta
I
watch
think
out
he
with
got
that.
Burning Man, dude. I think he got Burning Man. Just like the TV show Burn Notice, you know, you get excommunicated from that realm. But
Oh,
nah,
yes.
it just sounded like the weirdest thing, you know. This dude looked like he was probably like maybe in his 60s, mid to late 60s. Allegedly, he just woke up behind this dumpster, didn't remember who he was, how he got there. I don't know. I mean, not saying it didn't happen, but man, they were putting it on thick. They were putting it on thick for TV, bro.
Sorry, Watt. I'm freaky because of the full moon out tonight. It's got like a nice overcast, cloudy, full moon out. That's what I was showing on camera. So I'm
It's the
freaky
full
tonight.
moon tonight.
For me, it is right here in Sacramento. There is a full moon or close to it.
Felt it.
Kind of
felt
a
the
cool,
shift.
creepy one.
Yeah, I felt the shift.
Oh shit! You got some indirect little trolls in the chat.
Let's see here. Yeah, we didn't see. I don't even think the trolls even acknowledged it. We got to address it to their full mental capacities, you know. Here we go. We're going
Wait.
full moon mode, Bonnie.
Who's
gotta-
the
you
trolls?
gotta
We know all
actual-
these people.
You got an actual meth head.
You know
A
the
meth
full
head
moon
troll.
brings them out.
You actually got a meth head troll in your chat.
Hmm.
But we know all these people.
Okay, never mind. We wasted a good lunatic. The full moon is on the 29th. Johnny is just not wearing pants again. We wasted a full moon meme monologue, bro.
No, really, dude. Here, look it. I'll put my camera on. It's right there,
Nah,
man.
it's,
Right here in
we
Sacramento.
got to cancel, bro. We had to abort full moon mode.
It is
Let me
full
see.
moon, dude. It's
Let me
close.
see what you're
It's
looking at.
close to
Hold
the-
on. Let me zoom in.
That's a full moon, man. Right here in
It may
Sacramento,
not
it
be
is. What?
completely.
No, that's probably like 95%. It's almost there.
95%, dude.
Yeah. You know, almost. It only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes, my friend. You know, 95% totality is just an illusion.
Up where Virginia's at, or even where JG's at, yeah, that might be different. It might be not as full.
You ain't living high on the hog like this character. I promise you that. Huh?
Yeah. What do you want done with that?
You know what I mean? First impressions, they get you. You know, you'll never forget Tony. Tony is
Tony
a
the Tiger.
Could be.
Tony
Don't give him any ideas now.
the
Like-
Tiger.
Right.
Tug his tail. Tug his tail. He's Tony the Tiger, man. Not his front tail, his back tail. You don't want to do the front tail.
Definitely. Yeah. No, we don't even want to expose the back tails here, you know. That may be even too much, you know. We're not going to expose no tails unless it's maybe some few tall tails, you know.
Have you guys seen that character in your live stream before?
No.
Who's that?
Are you
I'm
talking
not
about
gonna say his
Tony?
name.
Well, I have noticed that usually with a handle like that, around here we call it little man syndrome. Just saying.
Never know. Never
No,
know
man,
these things,
yeah.
buddy.
Have you seen that person in your chats or in the live before?
No, I haven't. Not before tonight, no. That's pretty particular name, pretty particular handle.
Trolls are here.
Full moon optics. Full moon optics are in play. All operatives stand by, stay alert.
Yeah, what? I don't know if it's a full moon.
Werewolf is in full effect.
I don't know if it's a full moon in other places, man. Just here in Sacramento, it might be different up north or down south.
Y'all do your own thing. You just kind of go with your own little your own little twist in daylight. You know, I don't even think y'all. Do y'all even acknowledge daylight savings time, or no? See, they don't even acknowledge it. They just do their own thing. The hell with it.
Well, you will acknowledge it internally.
You know, hence the name. You know, like, ladies, it's always in the name, ladies and gentlemen. You know, or else he'd be just Tony Smallcock. You know, doesn't have the same
Same.
ring to it. You know, doesn't have the same pop, the same pizzazz. You know, doesn't have the same provocative. Doesn't get the people going.
Is that your fake account, Bonnie?
My fake account. I
Oh,
don't
we
have
found
a fake
Bonnie's sock
account.
account, y'all. Great. She had us all
Oh yeah,
fooled.
that's me.
Hmm.
Now, I got other accounts, JG, but I just use my same name. Probably a different picture, but I still use the same name. It's pretty much my real name. So if somebody hacks it, I will.
Dude, but we used to have characters come through here with like 20, 30 accounts, bro. I know there's some that's way more than that, but I'm just thinking, man, that's just too much. You know, a little trolling, you know, a little friendly banter, you know, that's cool. But, dude, when you come back in, there's 20 different accounts in like less than 10 minutes. That's just too much. Unless you hit the thumbs up, you know. Unless you hit the thumbs up 20 times, but I don't even know if that counts. I don't know how that counts, you know. I do good just to
I
keep
got
up with this
sock
one
accounts.
9 channel, this one 910 channel.
You gotta have sock accounts because for
Might as
me,
well,
the
dude. I might as well get a
Christians,
stock account, dude. I feel left out.
and the Jews, you gotta have a sock account for them. You got it.
I need to get a stock account. You're right, bro. What would I call it? I just call it the sock account. Does any sock accounts have that name? You know, I may need to lock it in now. The sock account.
How about high voltage or
See,
high watt life or high voltage life or high watt life? I don't know. Like high voltage version of what?
Oh, it's got to be associated. I didn't know. I thought it had to be like different. You know. Oh no.
secretive. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be kind of secretive, man. That's why I sock. You don't know whose sock it is. You
I
just
thought
see it floating around.
Well, no, the best is to
just a
make a sock
side.
account where they know it's you, right? They know exactly, this is JG, this is Johnny.
Oh, I got the perfect one. I'll just be Tom from MySpace. You know. I just enter the chat as Tom from MySpace. Oh, yep. There you go. I'm going to lock that in now before I forget.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to make
anybody.
up a good one. Just to
Go
psych
ahead, Bonnie.
everybody out.
I just come in as a stock account of Johnny, you know. I just be Johnny 2.0.
Nah, really, dude. I would not choose a tiger or sorry, Tony huge cock. I'd probably just be like medium or average cock, dude, or good cock,
Yeah,
whatever.
like Johnny medium cock. Yeah, there you go.
I
Yeah.
like things average and plain.
Yeah, you
like
don't want to
plain
over
old
promote,
Texas.
but you don't want to sell yourself short. You know what I mean? You want to let the people know what they're getting.
Chode,
Even if
That
it is
is correct.
shrinkflation, you know, shrinkflation can be a thing.
False
Tony Chode.
advertisement is not a good thing, man. You
Oh yeah,
gotta
you
be
don't want
honest.
that on your you don't want that on you, bro. I promise you. You don't want to be false advertising, false flagging. No, no, no. Who do you think you are?
2 inches hard.
There you go. George Jazar. Oh no. It's too much of a name. I don't know if you could trust that name. Is it trustworthy?
George what?
Still debatable.
Mr. Bucket, he's buckets of fun.
Indirect
Remember
coward.
the toy?
That'd be a good one. Indirect coward punk. That'd be a good one.
I don't know. I might have missed that. I might have missed that venue in the 90s. I think they banned it by then.
No. Mr. Bucket was a toy that shoots balls from his top, and he was buckets of fun. You know, remember that back in 1988? It was Mr. Bucket. He used to shoot balls from his
That
top,
makes
and it's
sense. It was
pretty.
the year I was born. Of course, they was making stuff like that year. You know,
Oh, that was spray activated. You could
or
put
like
higher tension,
one of
higher
them
tension
toys.
springs.
One of them toys they made in the '90s. They ended up banning them, and I remember because it was funny as hell. Because uh, it was the things that the girls got one year. It was the thing you hold it in your hand and you pull the string and it launched like this little ballerina thing up in the air and it spun like a helicopter. But they had like a recall on them things. Like people was getting hurt. Like somebody lost an eye. They had to do like facial reconstruction. It was a horrible thing. But yeah, I remember when that toy came out that year, and then like after New Year's, I remember it as a kid. They started having them on TV. My mom was like, "Dang, I just got them things." I think she took them back. I don't even think they noticed them gone. She just kind of just put them up. Yeah, they would have caused too much. My young sisters, oh yeah, they would have tore up some stuff with them things. Yeah, ballerina torpedoes. Who thought that was a good one? No, not the Beyblades. It was It was the girl toy they came out with maybe in the mid to late '90s, and it was a ballerina or like a princess looking character. And when you pulled the string, it launched her up in the air, and her arms would fold out with these like, little wing looking things, and it would spin, and then it would come back down. But yeah, people was getting hurt. They was ripping it off of there. It was knocking eyes out. It was breaking stuff. Yeah, I think they
I think
banned
I
and
saw
recalled those
one,
things.
and then the girls were getting it hung in their hair or something. Wasn't it twisting their
Oh
hair?
yeah,
I don't
people was
know.
getting mangled by those things, Bunny. The flying princesses, torpedoes. Yeah,
Reminds me of Small Soldiers, that movie.
toy soldiers,
Small Soldiers.
small so yeah. I remember that as a kid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was like that. Yeah, I think they tried to ban that and the Furbies at the same time. They said no, you can't have any flying princess projectiles or. Oh, dude, it was a whole hype about the Furbies. They said that it was recording people and everything, and now look at where we are. Everybody's got a phone and just self-recording themselves. Everybody was freaking out about whoever they thought the Furby was recording. Shoot, we don't went way past the Furby. Now the people's identifying as the Furbies. Just think of a twist that is. Now people's identifying as the toys that they grew up playing with. This is
Well, check
fascinating
it out.
stuff.
That's what people want.
It's
They
what they
want a
want. You're
religion. They
right.
want to
They wouldn't do it if
identify
they
as.
didn't want it.
They want to identify as it, and then they want to identify as it just keeps getting worse and worse.
We've got the Pacific Ocean, but welcome specific notion. Greetings and welcome to Watch World. The overlap of dangerous toys and parents being absent were wild time. Wild times, I don't know.
Now
Jerry's
people want to
calling us retarded.
people want to identify you as something. That's what's popular nowadays. See that left and right. They're trying to identify you as something like a false narrative.
Yeah.
That's all politics. But it's low IQ, really. That's where it is. That's what we're seeing is just low IQ, low IQ.
The old and dawn of idiocracy.
They're trying to
I
dumb us down.
resent that remark.
Uh-oh, what's Virginia talking about? We definitely made a sound.
Nothing.
Bonnie, how old are you?
I know nothing.
Huh?
And that's not something you ask a lady. I am 25 and old.
Let's
Are
change the
you drunk?
subject, Buck. There's a song. There's a song for Virginia. Remember that song, Meet Virginia? Hey, yeah.
She
Remember
drunk?
that song from the 90s?
Can't say that I do right off the top of the dome.
I forget who sang that song. I know Virginia knows because he's Virginia. There's a song from the alternative band. I forgot who it was. Top of my head. Mama works on carburetors. I forget the lyrics of that song.
Like a one-hit wonder, or do they have some hits?
Yeah, it's
That's probably like their breakthrough.
Oh, shit. Gaslighter, Camo, Carl's here.
It's like once you go full Virginia, you can never go back, you know? What do you do? You always write a song about Georgia, you know?
There was a song from Memphis. I was walking in Memphis, walking with my feet. I forget.
I can't think of who sang that song. Yeah, I've heard it a couple of times, yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go ahead and
there's the
get off of here because it's getting pretty late here. But you know, it was good being on here and speaking with everyone. And I hope y'all have a great night. And Lord willing, I'll be on another episode.
You too, Michael. I always appreciate you tuning
You
in,
too.
checking in.
Thank you for having me.
Have a good night, Michael. God bless
Y'all
you. Man.
too. God bless.
It's our West Virginia correspondent, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. It keeps getting any hotter. They might have to self-identify as Virginia again. You know, I don't know if they can handle it. Getting the triple digits in West Virginia. And I took on that whole West personality.
right.
We get some triple
Well,
degree days, but mostly it's just with the heat index. We hadn't had any hundreds yet, but we'll see. We still got the dog days of summer coming.
that's what I was gonna say. It's for some reason the heat index seems a lot higher now than it used to be.
Oh, we just lose.
Maybe I'm
Okay, maybe that was Michael.
Michael.
Throw it off my mental balance, you know. Something happened. There we go. Yeah, it definitely feels hotter, no doubt. Man. I don't know. Just kind of used to it. I already know down here in the South it's going to get hot. How hot, I don't know.
Yes.
I know it for pretty much for certain it's going to get hot at some point. The humidity's the main thing. Oh man,
Well,
it's just like
remember,
some mornings it's like a bowl of soup first thing in the morning, you know, 8:30, 9:30 in the morning. It's already there, you know.
yes, but it's the gods.
Might be
I guess
breaking
that
up.
means I'm breaking up.
No, I can hear Bonnie.
Does it sound like it was like cutting out every other word? I don't know. Not like Robot-y, but I don't know. Anyway, carry on. Carry on my wayward son. I don't know the rest of this song.
Sorry, JG, for cutting you off asking Bonnie how old she was, man. It's just, I could, you can kind of estimate, man. I mean, but I won't say how old, I'm going to say 60-ish, maybe a little bit younger, a little bit older, but I don't know. Could be wrong. 55-ish. I don't know. Judging by her knowledge of history, I don't know.
Oh, no doubt. Just
My
all that
knowledge.
interference and that extra electrical smog that they put out with all the devices and stuff, you know. Even if they could just say they were ignorant to the fact, just the whatever outcomes or whatever side effects from those type of things, you know. It's just I think it's always been to a
Mm.
certain degree. You know, it may come in cycles or restarts or whatever it may be. But yeah, just I guess where we're at in our timeline, just all the digital smog and everything that just gets sent and received that we can't even see it. Just all that extra frequency and signal vibration that gets sent through. You know,
Yeah,
I
we're
haven't
in
studied and understand the science, but I can see how it could play and have an effect on people, nature.
a invisible war.
Oh, no doubt,
Where you,
no doubt.
invisible weapons.
I don't, I don't think it's so invisible
Oh,
sometimes.
it is, bro.
James
It,
Whitlock. I think that may be a new character. Good to see you. Appreciate you checking in and tuning in here at Watts World.
Yeah,
I think it's
it
Jamie.
definitely seems,
What did I say,
Jamie.
James?
sorry.
It might be Jamie. But sorry.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. What?
Anyways, it's welcome in, welcome in. Go ahead.
yeah, invisible
I
war
can't remember those.
frequencies, intelligence.
Oh, yeah, that. Yes, there's that going on. But there's a lot of um, verbal, I don't know. I'm just seeing a little bit of animosity in between. If you don't agree with something someone says, or if you think of it in a different way, some people get really upset.
But even then, that's just like a byproduct of something, of miscommunication, misunderstanding.
Yes,
That's not like something like directly happens. You just like don't. I don't think you like directly have that for somebody. It has to be something that triggers you to have that. And I'm not saying you. I'm just as a personal reference. Whoever may be that have animosity or whatever feeling. It's something that triggered that. Something that they can either acknowledge or don't acknowledge. I think some people kind of go off on certain little spurts or kind of have their ways almost uh subconsciously, almost like some people would just lie so much. There's like maybe like a pathological liar. They kind of get just in that character for so long they don't even see the character that they're portraying, if that even makes sense.
No, some of
It's
but,
those are
possible.
just
but
of those are
it
just
just,
self-pity practitioners, dude.
But ultimately it's just
no, it
a
just seems,
byproduct of the wars that we can't really see. Things that's going on around us, energies, things that's happening, spiritual wars. It's all just byproducts of that.
that's
Spiritual
true.
war.
Because just a lot of anger. I posted a video on my channel post, and so last night I was watching it live and watching the chat. I wasn't chatting in the chat, but I was watching it, and just to see it there, it was like, wow. And kind of interesting, but at the same time, just wow. It was and it I guess the UN is meeting about something, and that's what it was about. They've been investigating a lot of deaths happening over there, and it all leads to one place. And but that one place was the ones that were very angry. It was just interesting to see. We're not liked even by our allies.
Cognitive dissonance prevails. That's what's crushing tons of people.
Yeah.
Those things are so simple, but just humans are, or humanity just has a way of overcomplicating things in general. Even the most simplest things, we have a way of just completely overcomplicating it.
Sorry, what I said. Oh, you're overthinking something too much. You know, is my bad for saying that one time. You know, I said you're
No,
overthinking in chat. You know,
no, if anything, I'm
my bad.
underthinking. Maybe I'm just overthinking about the wrong things. Maybe I'm just underthinking about the things that need to be thought about.
Like what?
Oh no, it's just shoot, pick a topic, pick anything, you know. I acknowledge and see some of these topics and things for what they are, but for most of them, I've already just kind of written them off. I just try to make each day better, make myself better. Ultimately, it don't matter what's going on in the world. If someone isn't right with themselves or at peace with themselves in any situation, it doesn't matter what goes on around them. It's still going to be chaotic, you know. It's like
Mhm.
a cup full of the just dirtiest water, you know. It doesn't matter what's going around that cup, it's still just a cup of dirty water. You know, you got to completely remove whatever it is inside of you that's holding you down, you know. Detox, regrounding, whatever it may be.
Yeah, it's
Anything. I look at a lot
I
of
mean,
these events.
I got
I'm sorry,
sober
go ahead.
about 4 years ago. I had to stop drinking because I was getting hallucinations, and it was bad, right? And it takes real discipline to
Oh, no doubt.
de-bias, to feel healthy, to stay on your game, right? It's like an athlete's mindset. But I mean, that's the real way you have to
Congratulations.
live.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know that's
Everything is
hard to
so at
do.
us. We definitely got to be the best versions of ourselves, you know. I don't judge anybody for any vices they have. I still have my own vices, but ultimately, I want to see everybody as the best version of themselves to be able to withstand the storms and the battles that's coming your way, whether you can see it or not. They're coming. You know, that's not fear porn or fear and bombing. You know, every day we face battles, obstacles, wars. You know, hopefully, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Hopefully, I'm just regurgitating and repeating anything that somebody would have already known. Maybe I'm just reminding myself. I yield.
They don't want resistance. The elites, the wealthy, they do not want resistance. And people laugh at it, but it's the truth. It's like, are you gonna, really change and really stay disciplined, or just be part of it?
Yeah, no, it's it's tough even to just tiptoe your toe in it somewhat like we're doing even right now. You know, ultimately we're in it. To even just tiptoe in it, you're in it completely. You know, ultimately, I
Oh,
think.
we're in it completely, but it's all how you maneuver, right?
Yeah, your awareness.
Like the
Yeah,
smartest people I see on the internet, I see how they're living and what they're studying, and like how their cognitive process is. And then you look at other people and it's like, oh, I'm on meth. And, I'm in that big state of cognitive dissonance, and oh, I can't stop drinking. And let me just tear this person down that has, is on a way more healthy, valuable level,
It's all about control over
Backbiting.
yourself and
Right, that's what they say,
to
but it's
what?
like, people always put it back on you, but I mean, say like, how do you deal with the gaslighter, Bonnie? What's the best way to deal with the gaslighter? Let me see if you got the answer here.
I'm not really sure what a gaslighter is. I think it's somebody who's trying to make you think the way they think. Is that?
I think I just learned this the other day and I still forgot.
I know. I even looked it up.
I think it's just,
But
I don't know with anything. If you feel like it's just, if it's your truth or the truth or whatever it is, if you feel like it's you're obligated or you feel a certain type of way, just keep doing whatever it is you're doing, until you've learned differently or proven yourself differently. Just keep doing your thing, There's always going to be all these
right.
other comic characters and jokers and anybody that's going to, everybody, we're always going to have a challenge or that type of thing. Heck, if they're going to attack you, you might as well attack you for being the best version of yourself, being the realest version, whatever that may be to each individual person. Definitely don't change for a random person of any sort,
Yeah, well, I mean, a gaslighter,
And I think
gaslighting is, you got it.
okay. But I meant self-control. It's all about self-control and finding your grounding spot. And I mean, I have an addiction that isn't going away. And so I understand having that. And at the same time, I understand how hard it is to get out of something like that. But as long as I can do what I'm doing and keep the pace I want to keep, I think I'm okay.
So pretty much moderation, toleration, or toleration and moderation.
Yeah.
Because we can't all be perfect with alcohol, because we sometimes have to use mouthwash sometimes, or toothpaste has a little bit of alcohol in it, or there might be some kind of beverage that has a mild alcohol in it. So same thing with like what's the other thing, pills. Sometimes you got to take them to balance your pulse rate or your blood pressure or your cholesterol. When herbs aren't enough, you got to take certain pills, man. Got to be moderation and toleration. That's what I figure it. I don't know. My vocabulary's whack, man. Ever since I took my 4 COVID vaccines and all those herbs, after 2022, man, I forget how to what the meaning of words are sometimes. Those big college vocabulary words. It's just I don't know. So sorry for my
You being
vocabulary.
serious? Are you being serious?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I brain farted on a lot of words, dude. I reverted back, like I was like at at least a 12th grade level of vocabulary, and I reverted back to a 7th, dude. My words are I just brain fart a lot, dude. It's just weird, dude.
Like brain fog.
Yep, brain fog. But Brussels sprouts help me out. For brain fog, Brussels sprouts the best.
It's crazy.
Brussels sprouts are very full of nutrients. Very nutritious. Good for you.
Interesting stuff. Hell, man, I just need to go ahead and eat more Brussels sprouts now, and just go ahead and get ahead of the curve. You know, just get me a fresh Brussels sprout salad. Mm. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds good, actually.
Yeah, JG, it doesn't only have to be alcohol that messes you up, man. It could be herbs, it could be vaccines, just crazy stuff, man. It's like the try new things, you know. Could be
You're
addiction
being
too.
honest. You're being honest though, right?
I try to be half honest, man. I can't be fully honest, man. I mean, just if I was to
Trust
be
me,
fully
everybody's
honest,
honest here, you know. I don't know.
if I was to be fully honest, man, I'd be my random stuff, dude, on everything I had to say. Nah, they would be crazy, dude. I mean, if I was to take my 92 herbs again, I'd be just honest on everything. I'd just not be able to shut up, man, and be like crazy, whacked out, dude. Man, it'd not be
Damn,
fun,
you
man.
created like a self-induced truth serum with the herbs.
Yeah,
So
it
John,
will make you. Go ahead, JG.
so your motor skills are affected.
No, my motor skills are okay. It's just vocabulary, brain fog, man. Like if you have to think of big words or meaning of things, or say your prayers, Bible verses, I brain fart, dude. I cannot remember certain things like that are meaningful like that. I would be lucky to remember half of what I used to. I'm like half the man I used to be, pretty much. Like that song by Stone Temple Pilots. I'm half the man I used to be. Remember that song?
Yeah. But what do you think's like the real reason, like the scientific reason?
Maybe it's radiation, man. The 5G, ever since 2019, after that, the 5G, higher radiation, that could be affecting it. Uh, just higher temperatures. I don't know. Maybe that. I don't know. Although I'm used to heat. I mean, not like South or certain parts of Texas heat, like West Texas. No, that's hot. Or Arizona, that's hot too. That's crazy hot. But Fresno heat's pretty hot. 110 is pretty hot. Although the humidity's about half of what you guys have in Georgia. But it still gets
No,
hot. But
dude, I
no,
just started sweating thinking about it, bro. Holy shit, dude. I just had like the cold meat sweats. Whoa.
sometimes I get
Oh,
that at night, man. I get night sweats too.
no, that
Just
was
turn on a
good.
fan, man. Use a neck fan and put ice on your head or water. Just put water on your face, man.
No,
You
I
get
just
night
felt
sweats.
something, dude. I hadn't felt that in a while. I ain't felt that since birth. That's like a birth pain.
So John, you're a Christian?
Nah, I'm still Catholic, but I do believe in Buddhist reincarnation. Sometimes I like that, but I'm still a Catholic, man. Although they did some bad things, it's just, yeah, I'm still a Catholic, man. I know my prayers, at least most of them, at least half of what I used to know. And in my maybe not even 25% of the Bible verses I once knew. So I'm getting worse and worse as I get older, dude. I'm getting that good old dementia or Alzheimer's, man, at 43. Johnny Random, but I can't think of the stuff that's meaningful. Only random stuff that's just random, man. It's crazy, out of this world random stuff that nobody would think about. It's just like, what? Where did that come from?
Dang. I think I might have had that thought about myself a couple times. Dang. Sorry, though. I don't know. Don't know.
I used to pray, but I mean, it really does nothing. And I looked into like the psychological truth on it, scientific truth on it, and prayer is just a coping mechanism. And that's what you see a lot with religion is that there are many coping mechanisms people use, and it's kind of over their heads.
Meditation could work too, like a Buddhist monk.
A lot of stuff was over my head for a long time. So it's like basically life is for all of us is we're, it's like disillusionment or stay stuck, you know.
Sometimes I feel like
Sometimes
it's a loop, like one big
sometimes
loop.
whistling and humming helps too, for meditation. If you don't want to pray or memorize Bible verses, sometimes humming and whistling, man, it's good old meditation.
Yeah, I mean, memorizing Bible verses is like, what is that really, you know? I mean, frequencies can help you. Red light therapy can help you. Eating well can help you, you know. Cholesterol will help your brain and keep you, you know, sharp.
You're talking about the LDL cholesterol. I forget which one's the good cholesterol and the bad cholesterol.
Good cholesterol we need.
Oh yeah, I think it's whatever that substance or whatever it is that encapsulates the brain. It's like mainly made up of cholesterol. I guess the good cholesterol, whatever's the good versus the bad, Oh man.
I'm gonna bounce, but really that's all. That's the world we're in. The game is, the matrix is disillusionment or stay stuck. You know, be naive or start to question things and really do your research and like break out of it. You can't break fully out of this nightmare called life, but you can definitely understand and figure out their machinations and go from there.
Think about that sometimes. If I ever disappear and y'all don't hear from me for some time, nothing really got to me. I just kind of wandered off into the woods, just started traversing the wilderness. Maybe I don't know.
I'm walking off into the ocean, not the woods.
Can you swim?
Woods are scary. Yes.
Man, if you can't swim, it'll be just as scary going into the ocean. Nah, I just walk off. I just start walking into the woods till I can't walk no more.
So, did I hear you're moving?
You're talking
Yeah,
about
sometime soon, eventually. I don't really consider it moving really because it's already property that's established. But it'll just be something that I'll be just taking over full time and looking over and building up and developing how I see fit. It's already got several
That's
dwellings on
cool.
the property. It's already got it's already got water, plenty of acreage, uh, creek in the back of the property. So yeah, it's going to be nice.
That sounds nice. Are you going to rent any of the dwellings? Just
No,
curious.
this will just be mine. I'll be completely over it now. Before it was several parties involved in the family, but now it's just me. I leveled up and made it to the age where things is fixing to change in a little bit. Not really so much really change, but it's just going to transition, you know.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen. It was only time, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait. It's going to take some work because it hadn't been occupied in some time. So things have done grown up over some shoot. You're talking about a decade or more growth everywhere, you know. Nothing's really been tended to in about a decade. So that's going to be the first challenge, getting in there, cutting down all the grass, debris, limbs, getting
Mhm.
stuff out of there. 'Cause I know there's probably still a bunch of stuff in there from Helena. Then once that's
Yes.
kind of completed, then kind of start putting all my plans into motion, seeing how I want to start laying stuff out. It used to be developed
Yeah.
and had gardens and stuff on it before, so I mean, the game plan will be
Uh-oh. Is it me? Did we
just
lose
good in the
what?
country too.
There you
No, I'm still right. I can hear him.
No, nobody heard
I,
me. Oh, my Wi-Fi. My
I
Wi-Fi
can hear
cut
you.
out at some point.
I can hear you. What?
you now, but for a
Dang.
minute
See,
there,
every time I see, that's why I don't talk about the thing. You know, every time I talk about it, my Wi-Fi cuts out. What's up with that?
I understand.
Dang, man. That's why I don't even talk about those things. All right, I done talked too much. I can't even speak on it no more.
But
Dang.
it's good that you have the muscle. It sounds like you're moving into what I moved into here, and it is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's pretty much the property I grew up on as a kid for most of my life, so I'm familiar with it. Familiar with the layout and everything that's there.
Oh,
So it's
that's
definitely
awesome.
deeper in the country. I'm
The
back
creek
full
is a
effect.
plus.
Wi-Fi ain't kicked back on, but you probably lose me again for a second whenever it reboots or does its thing. But yeah, feel free.
Is
Feel
that
free.
a dry creek water, or is that just a flowing year-round creek?
Oh, it's wet. It is wet. It's wet all year, bro. You ain't damming it up.
Cool. Yes,
It used to
Kim,
be
I
a lot
do.
more.
You know,
It used to be a lot
sorry.
more property and stuff, but over time things just get sold off for different reasons or whatever it was. You know, there used to be a lot more to that property. It wasn't connected. The other parcel that used to be connected to it was on the same road, but it was down the road a little bit. But I don't even know who has it now. Nobody really did nothing to it. They took like 2 lots off of the front road, and then the rest is it's still woods and stuff. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got a beaver pond and everything back on it. Good hunting. You could use it for hunting grounds, or you could do whatever you wanted to with it. It's already got a bunch of fire lanes and roads.
That's awesome, Juan.
No traffic. Nobody's supposed to be back there. Anybody that was back there, we knew who they was, and they knew who we was. You know, it wasn't no problem.
Yeah.
But you know, things happen. Still can hold on to a little
Are you
piece of
gonna
it. What's that?
video any of it?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a whole process whenever it starts for sure.
Okay.
No
Cheryl was
doubt.
saying. I mean, a lot of people don't. Well, while Dee was here, she did videos for me and sent them to me, but I never shared them because some things are just private.
Yeah, it's gonna happen when it happens, but it's gonna happen regardless.
Yeah. But once I
It
get
looks
the
like it because it's
chicken,
far enough out where they ain't got any housing developments and everything out there, and none of that type of stuff, you know. But
it's good.
it's gonna be
Just protect it from the data centers. That's the kind of places they hit.
Oh shit, they're
Middle of
coming
nowhere.
regardless. Just trying to protect it for whatever thing else.
Yeah.
Shoot, they ain't finna slow down with none of that type of stuff. Just hope they just whatever luck of the draw, it just don't happen to come to that your area or wherever, you know, or an area like Mary said, where 90 days their water's supposed to run out. You know, they ain't cutting the water service off. They just ain't gonna have no water to send to you. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I know things have happened like that in the past or whatever it may be, but just to think of modern day America, wherever we may be on the spectrum, man, you know.
That's what's happening in South Texas. Everything's going dry. The Rio Grande River. Y'all know the Rio Grande River. For it to go dry.
Isn't that by Laredo? Isn't that by Laredo?
It goes all the way from. Does it come from Colorado? I don't know, but New Mexico. It goes. It's the whole border of Texas. Is the Rio Grande River, all the way to the ocean.
Isn't there a Rio Grande Valley? That's by Laredo.
Yes, the valley.
Sorry, they're just laying off fireworks. That's why I've been staying quiet, because there's a lot of fireworks around here. So they're starting.
Migrate to an island. Might just have to move to a private island, you know.
Right.
Yeah, what I think I mentioned
looking for.
Yeah, what I think I mentioned before. My parent. I have to go back to where my parents and grandparents are from, because we got still 27 land parcels of farmland that we probably have to sell off. But the only problem with that is, you know, if you're not a Portuguese citizen, you can only stay there without a dual citizenship for only 6 months. So that's the problem with that. And it's lonely, man. There's a lot of old people that, you know, will pull knives on you if you're young. They won't kill you. They'll just pull a knife. And,
Shoot, they'll do that now, man. It was just a gas station just the other day. It's a gas station that we go by frequently while I'm working, or we've stopped there at some point, you know. But shoot, I don't even know what the situation was about, but we was getting off, and then I was just that one night, the one night I decided to watch the local news, man. It was all type of hell was breaking loose. I said, damn, this is on the local news. But yeah, dude got shot in broad daylight at the AM PM store. I don't know what it was about. I don't know what happened, but yeah, the dude just right in the middle of the parking lot just pulled out a gun and just shot the dude in broad daylight. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Goodness.
See, the islands I'm talking about won't kill you. They'll just pull a knife on you and just try to mess with you, man. They're old people. They have.
Just speaking about just violence, you know. Heck, I ain't got to go over there to get stabbed. Hell, these idiots don't even know each other, dude.
I don't know. The islanders there won't kill you. They're old, dude. They have more respect for life, man. They're not gonna kill you. They're just gonna mess with you, like, you know, just to just flip the knife and be like, you know, to try to scare you, dude. That's what they do. They might be a little bit buzzed from drinking, but the wine, you know, but they're not gonna kill you, dude. That's the cool thing about old people. I don't think
myself in these situations as much as I can.
Yeah, but see, the land parcel I was talking about is just for farming. I mean, you might be able to put like a U-Haul box, like the ones I have in the field when I showed you on the live stream a few live streams back. Yeah, those kind of U-Haul boxes you can put on, or Connex train boxes, whatever. You can do that. But actual house, no, dude, because it's expensive. The permits and stuff. It's island. Portugal's kind of expensive for that.
No, I'm not even doing. I'm just gonna at this point. I'm just gonna self castaway. I'm gonna be like Tom Hanks in Castaway, but I'm not gonna get in a plane crash. I'm just gonna self castaway myself out into the ocean or the nearest. I'm just gonna get in the self castaway in the savannah and wherever I float to. Wherever I land at, that'll be my new domicile. I'll be like, hopefully it'll be to like a land of midgets, and they'll be
Right.
like, what was that story about the giant that landed on the island of the little people? What was that? Gulliver's Travels? Yeah, I'll be like Gulliver. I'll be like Wat Gulliver. That'd be my luck. I'll just land on the island of the 3 foot tall people or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, the people on the island where I'm at, man, there's not that tall of people. They're like 5'9", maybe 5'11".
They wouldn't even be that tall, bro.
Wow.
They're like
Full
so
of
small I could just hold them in my hand and just lift them up so I could hear what they're saying. What are you saying, little island voice? It'd be weird. Then I have to self cast away from there, bro. I have to self cast away again.
Isn't it the
It'd be like it'd be like Odysseus, Or what
Isn't
was
it
it? The Iliad.
It's gotta be the Oompa Loompas, right? From the Willy Wonka.
Bounce around into the various lands of the Psychopolis, the Sirens, the Medusa. I'd probably have to battle Medusa somewhere along the journey. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just self cast away. I think they made a song about that. Come cast away, come cast away with me. I can't stay here. I gotta go. Come cast away, let's go.
Isn't that Christopher Cross, man? The sail away. I'm going to sail away.
It wasn't a song, it should have been one,
Yeah, I think that was Christopher Cross's song too. One of his second hits or third hits, man. The Sail Away song was probably his best
Tom
song.
Hanks, he had Mr. Wilson, I think it was a tennis ball. I just have a Georgia Bulldog edition football, Just me and the football and the Cadillac of pontoon boats.
Aluminum. Make sure it's aluminum, man, because
Oh,
fiberglass
shoot,
is hard to get rid of. It's light.
Highly, it's futuristic technologies. I can't even really break down the components and the various features it has, dude. Just know that it's like, dude, if they were to take a pontoon boat to the moon, this would be that pontoon boat. You know what I mean?
Be foldable. You can take it on a jet. Foldable pontoon boat.
Oh no, it comes pre-folded. It comes pre-unfolded for your traveling pleasures.
That'd be cool.
No, it's ready to go. You just load it up and drop it in. Drop it
Foldable
off at the boat ramp. You're good to go.
And you got a foldable bike on top of that. You got a floating bike too, like you can put life jackets underneath the bike.
I'm too big, dude. I try not to ride anything that can fold up. I'm too big. I've learned that if you try to ride at my statute and weight, if I try to ride anything that fold up, ultimately it's a battle to keep it from folding me up. I tried that one time with the bikes. That's when I learned, hey, there's a weight limit and height limit to bikes.
You can go 400 pounds. There's some good forged
This was
aluminum.
a trifold. You know how people pull out the legal trifolds? This was a trifold bike. A bike should not automatically fold into 3 positions. That was my fault. I should have known it was going to be bad, and I still did it anyway.
No, I got one that goes up to 400 pounds. A forged aluminum foldable bicycle. You could take 400 capacity.
I can't trust the humidity. You got to factor in the humidity. See, that's what you didn't factor in. The humidity down here. It affects it. I can't explain it. I don't know the science behind it. Trust me. When was the last time you seen somebody riding a unicycle in the South?
A unicycle? I was talking about just a regular old foldable bicycle, man. That's like circus stuff right there. Unicycle.
You need out.
I take that back. I have seen it recently. But no, it was one of those, whatever you call it. It's one of the, you stand on it. It's just like one wheel, and this dude was just zipping down the side of the road. I said, man, look at this dude.
Oh, yeah, silk splitters to that dude, too. They're the fire dancer silk splitters. But ain't once new.
But,
Yeah, they were
I don't
unicycle.
know how far that dude can go on a charge, but man, dude, he was outpacing traffic.
Or you do the Can-Am, man. The tricycle, the backwards the reverse
This was like a,
tricycle.
this was
Can-Am.
like if Can-Am made a version of the Segway with no handles and one wheel, that's what he was on.
Yeah, that's not safe, man. Good old Can-Ams are pretty safe too.
I
Or a
wouldn't ride it.
Trifecta.
I watch people that ride it. I'll laugh at them, you know. But yeah, I'm not doing it.
Tripindos are pretty safe too. They're like a cheap version of a Can-Am. It's like a Tripindo bicycle. So basically the same as a Can-Am, but thinner, cheaper, without an engine.
Yeah, I got a minimum 2 wheels. It's got to have at least two wheels or 2 points of contact. You got to have 2 points of contact. Once you lose that 1 point of contact, then it's only 1 point. Then ultimately you've lost contact. You know, there's not even first contact. You've completely lost contact. It's out of control. You got to have 2 wheels for me.
Yeah, I think the reverse tricycle is safer than the old school tricycles, like the Can-Am
Could
style.
be. There are some studies on that.
The 2 wheels in front and 1 wheel in the back.
Mm.
Those are safer, more stability when you're turning.
Yeah, because I remember as a kid, people in the country had the old school tricycles, the old school trikes, 3-wheelers, and man, they used to, if you didn't know how to drive it, yeah, you flipped that thing over.
I thought you said it had to have 4 wheels.
Bonnie once had a Can-Am, right? Yeah, the 2 wheels in the front, 1 wheel in the back. You said it spun out in the back. I remember driving it, and as long as you got a little bit of weight in the back, on the back wheel, like a tractor weight or whatever, it doesn't spin out that much. It gets good traction. You get good, what do you call it, the hugging the turds in like rain. So that's why I like those Can-Ams or Tripindos, the cheaper version of a Can-Am, basically.
Gotta be funny with this thing.
It almost got out from under me, but I grabbed it back.
Was it in the
all the power and weight is in the front. It was on loose gravel, and I was going a little faster than I should have been. That's fun.
You decided to do it again, make sure you record it, you know? You gotta see these daredevil maneuvers.
Well, they kind of did. There's a short. When I took off, it spun out.
Oh, we gotta hype it. We gotta find this short and hype it. Cash in on my hype.
How long ago was that, Bonnie?
About 3 years.
Gotcha. Now we know. We got to go back to the episodes. Your 3 years ago
2.5,
episodes.
3 years, something like that.
Demolition Derby Day, nice. Like it. It's like they're trying to go into the Wally World sometimes, man. Everybody trying to maneuver with them little rascals and getting their buggies, man. It's like a demolition derby in there. Just like the heck with it. That just reminded me why I don't even want to come in here. I can't even get in here. Thanks for reminding me not to come here. All I needed was some Q-tips. Dang.
I don't know how to make my Mad Max mobile.
Just be careful. Careful with the power tools, you know? Be careful.
Definitely. Don't want to lose any fingers.
Shoot, I seen one and I didn't have my phone with me the other day, man. I wanted to take a picture of it. It was kind of cool. It wasn't a Mad Max vehicle, but it was I don't know if it was a Jeep vehicle or what it was, but it was a newer model truck. But it was completely, it didn't look like the Jurassic Park truck from the show, from the movie, but it was completely Jurassic Park out. It had Danger Dino Response Team. It had dinos on it. It had Jurassic Park things everywhere. You know, it had the special bumpers. I said, man, they went all out on this truck. The full Dino Response Team. I said, dang, who the heck's driving this thing? Almost wanted to wait it out, you know. Got to see this character.
I'll be back. Need to let her out.
It wasn't worth it. It was too hot, you know.
Calm down.
I've seen some people with some interesting cars. I remember one time, my mom was a manager at this food place, and she had this girl that worked under her, and she had her first car was she got a old hearse. That's what she drove around in, was a hearse. And man, she started like modifying that thing, and like, yeah, it definitely started transforming into like a Mad Max mobile for sure. Not really saying that would be my cup of tea or my choice for my first vehicle, but yeah, that was pretty interesting. You pull up to the restaurant and they got a hearse parked out back, you know what I mean? I'm like, man, what y'all got going on here? Even if it's not bad, you know, it's just like the thought or the optics of it. It's like you pull up to your favorite establishment and there's just ambulances and fire trucks everywhere. You're like, what the hell's going on in there?
Well, there's also the armored trucks too. You know, that'd be kind of a weird Mad Max vehicle. Armored trucks, the way we're going to a cashless system. You know, we won't need
Yeah,
any.
yeah. Now that we're going cashless, yeah, you could get you a armored truck probably for a discounted price. You know, might as well. You know, you yourself could own your own own armored truck before Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. How about that?
Ballistic glass, crazy. Ballistic doors, even ballistic. Pretty much everything's
What's
ballistic.
what's that church? Is it in Spain? What is it? The world's largest church, the world's tallest church that they just completed, I think, finally. Where is that at?
I have no clue. I would have to look on my phone real fast. What? Here, take it fast.
I don't know. It might have been an old article, but yes, the church where they started allegedly, like in the, I don't know, the mid 1800s, building it, and like now they just finally completed it. It's crazy. Got to consider all the possibilities, you know. Yeah, I forget the name right off the top of my head, but it's like, yeah, the thing they have it classified as the world's largest church. They've been building on it for like 200 years. Like 200 something years to finish. I don't know. I'm gonna just hide out in the hills and just watch everybody Mad Max it out.
That's Ivory Coast. It's in Ivory Coast.
The Ivory Coast. You ever been there?
No, that's Africa, man.
Never been to Africa?
Ancestors. That's Mozambique and
continent.
Angola. Yeah, Mozambique and Angola. Yeah, ancestors did. They got kicked out for slavery. You know, Portuguese.
Damn.
Good thing. Good thing. Yeah, no, they did some bad stuff, man.
I bet it's like any part of the world, you know, they have beautiful places though, you know. Whatever makes that place that place.
Yeah, back to the church chart, which is subject what? The Guinness World Record
Yes.
is 323,000 square feet
Dang.
in Basilica of Our Lady Peace in Ivory Coast.
Yeah, I think they've been building on it for what, like over 200 years. Like 240 something years. And they just finished it. I don't know.
Nah, if I went back
What's
to
that?
Africa, they'd be kicking me out again like my ancestors back in 1976. If I went to if I went to Macau, China, they kicked me out like they did in 1999. You know, 'cause my
Dang, bro, they
ancestors.
kicked you out of Macau?
Oh yeah, my ancestors got kicked out in 1999.
Dang, bro.
They used to run it, dude. Portuguese used to run the Macau, the casino town. You know,
Yeah, I thought
until 1999. Then
thought
they got
Macau
kicked
was
out.
cool back in the 1900s. I guess not.
No, I mean, yeah, no, dude. Portuguese were pretty evil, dude. They were slave people, dude. They're crooks too, man. They separated from Spain, but still, yeah, nah, they did their crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Mozambique, Angola, Macau, China. Yep.
I mean, you're going to have a lot of similarities being that close, you know. So many people from both sides, you know. Being that connected to a nation, you could be so different, but be so much alike, you know.
The only ones that would probably take me in because they still speak Portuguese language is Brazil, dude. I mean, that's about it. They still think Portuguese is cool, dude, because they kept the language, you know. So that's about it.
Yeah, they still got Brazil, yeah. There you go. That's a win-win for everybody.
Yep. My good old friends with the spider monkeys and the Macau talking birds, the colorful Macau toucan Sam looking bird, talking bird, and also the spider monkeys.
That reminds me, I need to book my plane ticket to Brazil. Thank you for reminding me.
Nah,
Gotta
man.
get.
There's some bad areas in Brazil too. You gotta watch out.
No, I'm going, bro.
North
I'm gonna
Brazil.
self-cast away to Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go migrate and live with the Confederados.
You're gonna go too, Bunny?
Yep. Yep. I want to go south.
I know how to speak the language too. Yeah. Nah, dude, I'd probably just go to my parents' land on the Azores Islands, man. I know I'll probably go crazy with nobody there, just old people that are crazy themselves. But yeah, you go crazy when you don't have nobody to talk to. You just go into the ocean and start swimming with the sharks and get eaten by a shark. You know what happens. Sometimes being alone too much isn't good.
All right. Well, unfortunately, all good things come to an end, and I got to go book my plane ticket to Brazil. Got to cash in. It's off season, they say in Brazil, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever that means. What do y'all think about it? Any final thoughts, comments, concerns?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind going to Brazil too, man. Just north of Brazil, like Fortaleza, Brasilia. What's the other place? Belém.
I'm gonna check some options. I'm gonna see what the interwebs say.
What's the rain shadow? The rain shadow effect. Like you got that little valley right there. Like if you go an hour east.
Yeah, I'll probably bring a couple ponchos.
Well, no, I mean I'm saying an hour east would be in that valley. An hour east would be the Amazon, and then an hour west of that would be dry. Would be like dry desert. It's kind of crazy how that rain shadow.
Oh, no doubt.
In between Fortaleza and Brasilia, all the way to Belém.
I gotta follow the wind.
Yep. Except I think it blows. Right now, it's blowing from the south.
There you go. It's good kite flying weather. Well, I do appreciate everything. Definitely. Have a good night. Well, it's already Friday here on the East Coast, but appreciate everybody tuning in, checking in. You know, whatever it may be, anybody that's brave enough or bold enough to check in again in the future, I appreciate that as well. But other than that, I think this will wrap up and conclude another episode of Watch World. You know, I think we solved about 0.33% of the world's problems. I feel a little bit better, you know? I really do. Other than that,
Yep.
y'all stay blessed. Have a blessed Friday. We out of here.
Pay no attention to that man
No,
behind
yeah.
the curtain.